represents us. The 18th district. He represents us here also.
You good, Mike?
Yeah, because he lives behind. Yeah. Yeah.
Township of Edison Zoning Board of Adjustment special meeting of July 7th, 2026 is now in session. Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meetings Act of 1975 has been provided by the annual notice published in the Home News Tribune on December 4th, 2025, and has been posted in the main lobby of the municipal complex on December 4th, 2025. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Carley? Here. Ms. Knight? Here. Mr. Salmon?
Here.
Mr. Ayotte?
Here.
Mr. Johnny?
Here.
Mr. Chabra?
Here.
Mr. Cerrito?
Here.
Mr. Patel?
Here.
Mr. Schneider?
Here.
Vice Chair O'Gorman?
Here.
And Chairman Cumba.
Here. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special meeting of the Township of Edison Zoning Board of Adjustment. The board is composed of Edison Township residents appointed by the Municipal Council who volunteer their time and service to the board. Municipal land use law requires that members successfully complete a land use training course administered by the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs. This board also holds in-house training conducted by our board professionals. The zoning board abides by the provisions of the municipal land use law in addition to our board's bylaws. The zoning board is a quasi-judicial land use board, which differs from the township planning board. Under municipal land use law, board members are required to be impartial and are not allowed to discuss any case prior to being considered at a hearing. All applicants will have the opportunity to present their case before the board, along with the opportunity for board members and board professionals to question the applicant and their witnesses. At the conclusion of the applicant's presentation of the case will open to the public. Residents within 200 feet of the subject site will be heard, followed by residents from outside 200 feet. All residents will be sworn in. They'll provide their name and address, and they'll be given 6 minutes to comment on the application being considered without the opportunity for rebuttal. Residents may ask questions of the applicant's professionals, and board professionals. The board requests that these questions are asked prior to any commentary being made on the application. Once commentary begins, the resident's timer will begin. The applicant will be allowed the opportunity for cross-examination of their witnesses. Under the law, the chair is allowed to stop any commentary which is repetitive or an attempt to filibuster the board. Further, the chair is allowed to stop any commentary that is irrelevant to the case or prohibited from the board's consideration. Once the public portion is closed, all public comments are ended unless new testimony is presented by the applicant. Following the closure of the public portion, the applicant will have the right of summation on their application. Following summation, the case will go to the board for decision. This procedure has been followed by the board, similar to procedures followed by boards of adjustment statewide. Municipal land use law requires the board engage in a balancing act. It is not required to strictly apply township ordinances, zoning plan, or master plan. As a board of adjustment, variances are granted when appropriately necessary, following all legal considerations. I ask that all applicants, professionals, and residents show respect to each other and be civil throughout all proceedings. I ask that you withhold applause, booing, or interrupting of anyone while they're speaking. The chair will not tolerate outbursts by applicants, professionals, or the public. Further, since most cases are being recorded by our court reporter, I ask that speakers do not speak over one another. Madam Secretary, first case on the agenda, please.
Case number Z8-2024, ultimate collision at 1115 U.S. Route 1. Applicant is seeking bulk and use variances for the addition of 22 exterior car lifts and to permit 2 sheds and 2 trailers installed without prior approvals. Standards have not been met in accordance with the master plan. Auto repair shops are not a permitted use in this zone. Accessory building in the front yard is not permitted. Proposed is 5.5 feet. Max fence height required is 6 feet. Proposed is 12 feet. Max building coverage required is 25%, proposed is 26.4%. Affected property is located in the GBH zone, designated as block number 201, lot number 17 on the Edison Township tax map. All noticing paperwork is in order.
Good evening, Mr. Shire.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the
Mr. Shire, I'm going to stop you short. I need a microphone. Your fans at home need to, your fans at home need to hear you. I could hear you, but the people at home, they want to hear Skip Shire.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Bernard Shire with the firm of Convery, Shire, representing the applicant Ultimate Collision Repair. This application involves a facility that was approved by this board over 20 years ago. It was probably the first modern collision repair facility certainly in the township of Edison, maybe in the county of Middlesex. It is far from what your old vision of a auto collision repair shop would look like. The business has been there successfully for over 20 years at 1115 US Route 1, Block 201, Lot 17 in the GBH zone. This board approved an addition some 12 years ago for rooftop parking and a slight increase in the size of the building. And due to the nature of the business changing over these years, my client is seeking to essentially create more parking for the vehicles that he services, as well as some relatively minor changes to the facility itself. The business has changed substantially, especially since COVID, in that insurance companies take their sweet old time getting somebody down to examine the vehicles in order to authorize their repair and come to an agreement on price. Once a car is delivered in undrivable condition, of course, it has to remain on the property in a safe location. The applicant, in order to remedy that situation, is proposing 22 car lifts, which essentially turn one parking space into two. I have provided to the board previously the specifications for these, and I gave the secretary a copy for each board member in case there weren't enough originally submitted. The other problem in the business that has arisen is obtaining parts for vehicles. I can tell you that my partner had his vehicle repaired, and it took weeks to get the parts in. That is just simply a problem that can't be remedied without keeping the vehicles on the premises longer than normally would have occurred 15, 20 years ago. These car lifts are rather unique, and they will greatly alleviate the problem. They have already been installed based upon the fact that these are not fixtures, they're movable, and it was believed by my client that this did not require any approval from the board since they were not fixtures. However, Mr. Bignell determined that it does require board approval, and therefore we came before the board to seek approval. The other aspects of the application will be described by the architect. The trailers in question have been removed, as Mr. Bignell asked. They are not on the property. There is no barbed wire, which I saw mentioned in one of the reports. That was resolved many years ago, to my knowledge. The variances are a D2 use variance for slightly increasing the size of the facility. There's a variance for fence height. We were proposing a 10-foot fence for better screening, if nothing else. However, it should be noted that there's nothing around this facility which would cause anyone to even see any of these improvements that are being made. Mr. McNee will testify as to what he's surrounded by, and very, very frankly, there essentially is nothing. He's set way back from Route 1, so you can't see it from the highway. He's bordered on one side by the 287 off-ramp. There is a Wawa facility that was originally an Office Depot. When this was approved, I believe it was approved together with the Office Depot, which now is a Wawa gas station over the last year or two, which was approved by the board. The other side, there is a restaurant and motel facility offset quite a ways, and also I'm not sure if it's a parking lot or a junkyard, but Mr. McNee can tell you what that's about, but certainly has nothing to do with ultimate collision application. Unless there are any preliminary questions by the board, I'm ready to proceed. I have Mr. McNee, the principal of Ultimate Collision, William Lane of Menlo Engineering, Charles Dietz, the architect, and John McNunna, our planner.
Does the board have any preliminary questions of Mr. Shire? Seeing none, you may proceed. Thank you.
Call Mr. McNee.
Could you raise your right hand and repeat after me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth? Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Gerald McNee, 5 Casey Court, Somerset, New Jersey.
Mr. McNee, you're the owner of Ultimate Collision.
Yes.
And at the location
Yes.
And how long ago did you actually construct the business there?
I've been at this location for 26 years, since 2000.
And that was approved by the Edison Township Zoning Board, correct?
Yes, it was.
Over the 26 years, the nature of the business has changed dramatically. Is that correct?
It is.
You heard what I indicated to the board as far as the time that is consumed getting a car actually repaired and getting authorization and parts to get it repaired.
Yes, the average time to actually repair a car and turn a car nowadays about 25, 24 days, opposed to the original 7 to 10 days that had taken place previously.
And of course, a damaged vehicle that's brought in that is not operable can't be put back out on the street, correct?
That's correct.
Now the board just briefly describe the area around your facility.
So if you were facing the building, standing in front of the parking lot, to the right-hand side is the off-ramp or on-ramp from 287 to Route 1, which is a wooded area, probably about 20 or so feet, pretty dense. It's a good buffer zone there. You have a state fence there. You also have my fence there as well. Behind me, essentially, is the dead-end street, which leads to a trucking company, and the lot that you called, which is rented to multiple tenants, along with the restaurant. And catty corner behind Office Depot is the Knights of Columbus. Other than that, that's the whole neighborhood.
How far back are you set from Route 1?
I say that the building is probably set back around 200 feet.
Essentially not visible from almost any angle around the property, is that correct?
No.
Now, you propose to add 22 car lifts. Briefly describe for the board what these are.
Essentially, it's just that. I guess the best way of putting it is a New York-style city parking, where if you were going to the city and you were looking for parking in lieu of space, they would double, triple, or stack them. This is a single stack. So essentially, it's a platform that lowers down to the ground as a lift. You back the car on it, you raise it up, and you park another vehicle underneath it.
So in essence, you're turning one parking space into two.
Yes.
And this is a necessity for your business. You have to keep vehicles on the property longer these days.
Yes.
These are movable, correct?
Yeah, they're not permanent structures. They required no footings. And I know you alluded to it earlier that I didn't think I needed permits based upon the company. It's the double or triple stackers that would require some type of footing or foundation anchor, not the single.
Right. Now, there was also reference made to trailers that Mr. McNeil to be removed. Those were removed, correct?
Yes, they were.
Also, there was reference to a 10-foot fence, which is above what is generally permitted Where was that fence proposed?
It's the same location outside the front of the building. I think we had scheduled, or I'm looking to put a generator in front in the event of power issues, which we've had over this weekend, and has caused me a lot of harm. Essentially, that's the only one that's going to extend to the front of the building. Other than that, the fence is just going to be replaced in order to give it a little more buffer from the surrounding neighborhood.
You don't actually need this fence, correct? You've done it just to try to make a greater buffer.
That's correct.
Also a reference in a report to barbed wire. There's no barbed wire. Is there?
No, the barbed wire was on that property for 20-plus years and has since been removed.
I have no other questions.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Koenig?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the applicant.
Chopper?
So you mentioned that these are not permanent structures. What are they, just bolted onto the ground?
They just sit on the ground,
What is it, asphalt?
just on the asphalt, on the parking lot, and on the pavement, yes.
It sits on the asphalt, it's just anchored in, or how?
No, it just sits on it, just sits there. There's a little platform, if you look at the plans itself there, they just sit on top of there. There are a couple anchors that go into the asphalt, not in every location, just preventing from sliding, if somebody was to bump into it or something like that. But yeah, they're not permanently mounted to the ground.
I'm just trying to figure out like what's holding it in. I mean, asphalt doesn't hold anything. You can't screw it into.
It's a frame that sits on the asphalt, and they're all tied together, all the units. I think there's 6 units in one area, 7 in another, and 9 in another location, and they're all tied together. They're all bolted together, so it's one structure. They're really individual structures, but as bolted together, it's one chain.
Okay, and when was
nothing.
this installed?
2023, 24, I'm not sure.
When's like the first lift that you had installed?
Yeah, that's all at the same time, yeah. I guess it was about the same time as the construction and demo started on the Office Depot. That's really what the lieu of this parking space came about.
Okay, and when this premise was approved in 2000, this is a GBH zone, so General Business Highway. So at that time, when the Office Depot was approved, that was a retail. This was approved as a variance for an auto body shop. What were the conditions for what kind of vehicles would be serviced here?
I'm not understanding about the conditions. What do you mean?
What
Like
were the
surrounding-
conditions set by the board at that time in terms of hours, what kind of vehicles can be there?
Yeah, I mean, we still have the same amount of vehicle, or the same type of vehicles there. The hours have not changed at all. In fact, we're working less hours now than we were prior to that. We don't work Saturdays. Normally, the staff ends probably 4 o'clock. I have a few that'll work to 5, but before the hours, I think we're 8 to 6. My understanding, Saturdays, half a day.
Because I've driven by near in that area, and I've seen the garages open 8:30, 9 o'clock, and I've seen cars being worked on with lights on inside. So that is one purpose.
I have one employee that starts probably 11 o'clock, and he's the only one there at night, unless these guys are working on their own personal vehicles, but we're not working that late.
Okay, because my biggest concern is this. So the variance was issued 26 years ago for an auto body shop. The reason why auto body shops are not permitted is because this is more like an industrial sized job. Intensive noise, repair on cars, it's a lot of noise. It's not like a typical retail store or something that's where people are coming in and out. There's cars stationed there, there's dust, etc. So I just feel like you're intensifying that non-conforming use. So hopefully your planner could elaborate on it more in terms of why it's being more intensified.
Well, I could say that the auto body came first, and then the retail center came second. I had a deal cut with the owners of Office Depot, and they had changed it to the current zoning, with my place being a permitted use. I was zoned first, and they actually came second.
But the GBH zone stayed the same since then?
Since then, yes.
Correct. So that Office Depot was permitted in that zone?
Yeah, after I was approved for business. I had worked a deal with them to move over on the property so they could develop the rest of the property. And that's how it ended up changing, unbeknownst to me. That's a sore subject between me and the owner next door and the issues that I've had with them.
Okay, thank you.
Does the board have any other questions for Mr. McNee? I do. Mr. McNee, is there truly a need for this many of car lifts on your site?
Yes. Essentially, as I was talking to Skip earlier today, I have about 65 cars on the property and only 15 of in work in process. The rest are either waiting for parts, ultimately becoming a total loss, waiting for insurance approvals. Since COVID, things have changed. There's no more or very little personal interaction with an appraiser coming out. Everything is done virtually. They're running into the same issues that everyone else is the staff is not educated to the point to write a proper repair. The technology in the cars have changed. The advancement of ADAS and self-braking and pedestrian assistance and night vision, it's beyond a rolling computer anymore. And as I alluded to earlier, it's about 24, 25 days to turn a car. And as Skip had mentioned, Clark Convery's vehicle was 2 months before we can get the bumper for his vehicle. At this point, the car is disassembled. We don't have something to put back on it. We have to disassemble the car completely, do a full blueprint on it as if you were planning to build a house or anything electronical. Whatever you need, we have to fully blueprint it. That's every nut and bolt repair procedure from the manufacturers. It's got to be researched. There are no more 15-minute estimates, and it's no such thing as just a dent anymore with the advancement in the vehicles today. So the time frames have lengthened, something that I thought I've never seen in the 49 years being in business. But it's the tsunami wave of technology is here. Whether you're driving a vehicle that has this or not, it's here.
Thank you. And on the site, I've noticed there are quite a number of Amazon delivery vehicles parked. I know that you'd previously been approved for a location down the road, which the purpose was for these Amazon delivery vehicles. Is the plan still that once your site is operational, your auxiliary site is operational, that the Amazon vehicles will go away?
Well, this will happen. Currently, there's no Amazon vehicles on the property. Essentially, what happened is Amazon at their warehouses, because Amazon owns these vehicles, at their warehouses, they put a drive-through system in that will digitally enhance and photograph the vehicles, and they started rating the vehicles. They lease those vehicles to the DSP locations. There's 3 of them here right in Edison. And what happens is they flag them from 1 to 5. So anything over a 3 has to be taken off the road. And when they put that new drive-through in, we just got slammed with them. Since then, we've weeded through all of them. There's no more. And essentially, yeah, parking them down the street would have been the ideal scenario. However, we didn't have approvals on them. Some of them were warranty work. Amazon had 10,000 vehicles throughout the country that needed warranty work where the steps had to be replaced, but they have to be approved to be replaced. Currently, there are none. But yes, there was a moment where there was probably about 16 of them on site, and based with the Wawa and the limited parking, we did the best we could with juggling them around. It's like Tetris. And at the end of the day, we parked them and then moved them accordingly.
So problem solved, they're no longer an issue.
They're no longer an issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Does the board have any other questions for us? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Bill Lane.
Could you raise your right hand and repeat after me? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in your testimony here tonight?
Yes.
Just state your name and address for the record, please.
It's William Lane, 261 Cleveland Avenue, Highland Park, New Jersey.
Mr. Lane, you've previously appeared before the board. If you could please give us a brief summary of your background and qualifications.
Yeah, I've been with Menlo Engineering for over 41 years. I've been a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey for about 29 years. I probably testified in front of 100 or so boards throughout the state, many times in front of Edison, both zoning and planning boards.
And your license are current and in good standing?
Yes.
We'll accept you. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lane, you designed the engineering plan for this project.
Yes.
Could you please give the board the benefit of the proposal that you prepared?
Yeah, currently, right now, the existing auto body shop's approximately 12,323 square feet footprint. What occurs right now is there's 10 parking spaces in the front. In the rear, as mentioned, we have 22 spaces with 22 lifts. I'm sorry, 16 spaces with 16 lifts, and then there's additional 6 spaces that face the 287 ramp, and also 6 additional lifts. So there's 22 lifts and 22 spaces back there. There's an existing dumpster back in the corner. The site is accessed off of Patrick Avenue, which is a shared access between the Wawa now and Ultimate Collision. What the applicant's proposing, again, as we mentioned, to get the approval for these 22 lifts. Additionally, we're looking to get approval on the generator, which will be in the southeast corner of the building. And that'll be encompassed behind the proposed 10-foot fence that we're proposing around the rear and the eastern side of the property. That'll have a slat screen to help provide some screening around the property. I think that's pretty much what we're looking to, oh, and additionally, the sheds that were previously put out there years ago, looking to get the approval on that. And as mentioned, the 2 trailers that were previously out there have been removed.
Again, as Mr. McNee testified, the trailers have been removed. There's no barbed wire on the property. And essentially, we're asking for the 22 car lifts and store parts for the vehicles being repaired. The 10-foot fence is being applied for screening, no other purpose, correct?
Correct.
Does the board have any questions of Mr. Lane?
Mr. Chairman?
Vice Chairman?
Were you involved, did you look at these double stacker, 2-level parking systems? Have you looked at that? The weight of them, that they're sitting on the macadam?
Yes, I've seen the plans, yes.
And you're comfortable with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's standard, like Jerry McNee had mentioned that they're using the city all the time on paid parking lots.
I'm talking specifically on this lot.
Yeah, it's a normal
Let me
paid
ask
parking lot.
can I ask my question?
Yes, sir.
You're comfortable as an engineer that with the weight and they're not anchored and you're comfortable, the weight on the macadam, that it's going to be no issue?
No.
Were you involved with this in the beginning when they went up?
No, they were put up before we got involved.
Okay, thank you.
Does the board have any other questions of Mr. Lane?
Yeah, I have a
Schneider.
question, Mr. Chair. Are you sure it doesn't have to be anchored as the engineer? I don't mean to harp on this,
Yeah,
but like,
the weight of it keeps it in place. I mean, nothing's gonna, there's no movement. It sits in there, it lifts it up, and the weight of the system itself and the car is gonna keep it in place.
so this was entered into evidence, right?
Yes.
And then it says, like the second paragraph, it says stacker is designed to be mounted on grade, concrete, or asphalt.
Yes.
Mounted to me means, maybe mounted is not synonymous with anchor, but mounted doesn't mean placed.
Mounted on the ground. Yeah, I mean, it has these long extended arms. It has a big solid arm, and like I said, I mean, you can go out there and see them. You see them in the photos.
So let's just say somebody was at Wawa, they got a coffee and they walk by these things, you're comfortable?
They're not walking by there, they're behind the fence.
All right, so they're not, so if they fall, so under oath, these do not have to be anchored?
No,
If I Googled it, it would say,
again,
does
the
not have to
arms
be
that
anchored.
are there, keeping these in place, that's why they design them like that. They're not gonna design something for a faulty system.
Well, no, because I mean, the way I see it, it's designed to be anchored, but everybody keeps saying it doesn't have to be anchored. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys as experts.
Yeah, so like I said, as the arm goes out, it holds it in place, and you got 2 of them on each one. So it's held by itself with the arms or the legs that are out from it.
Thank you.
Can I add to that?
Mr. Schauber?
It's a 2-post cantilevered. So it's not even like a 4-post, it's 2 posts and it's cantilevered.
Correct.
So, I mean, that makes me more worried than anything.
Well, like I said, these have been used for parking.
They're used on concrete footings.
No, asphalt, just on the asphalt pavement.
Asphalt has no compression. It cannot physically hold anything in tensile strength.
Well, I mean, these have been out there for a couple of years and there have been no issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Lane, when it says that they are movable, is there any plan to move these? So here's what I'm saying, right? So if they're movable, so what's to say that you can't go out there and say, oh, well, I don't want them in this spot, we're going to move them to this location? Would you agree to a condition that any moving of the, if so approved, that any moving of the devices, that you'd have to come to the board for approval? Absolutely. Thank you. And then with regard to the 10-foot fence, with the 10-foot fence, would it shield the vehicle like on the upper level?
So the arm, the arm that comes up, that's 9'6", so it's 9.5 feet. So the fence will cover that. When the car sits on the deck, depending on the height of the car, that sits about 11'6", 12 feet. So you'll see the top of those cars over the fence because the fence is 10 foot. So it's about 1.5 feet, 2 feet that'll be over when they're raised up.
Okay. Are you proposing any landscaping on the outside of the fence?
No. The fence is going to go up to basically the property.
Fence is going to the property line? Okay. And then there's no space for, because so then the vehicles are up to the fence? There's no space for any landscaping along the...
There's a few feet in there to get, if you look to get something, but I know along 287, especially that's probably where your biggest screening is you have a big swath of like landscaping all along that ramp there.
It's grass.
You're coming down Route 1.
It's grass, Mr. Lane. It's grass.
Oh, no,
it's not landscaping. No, I see it.
There's trees up there. There's trees along that.
There's trees. They're not at all shielding because you could see the vehicles very clearly when you're on the ramp coming from Main Street to head on southbound Route 1.
Oh, if you're coming down there, I'm talking about if you're coming down Route 1.
Yeah, no, I don't. That's not my point. I'm talking about when you can see them. They're most, in my opinion, they're most noticeable when you're coming down that southbound ramp.
Oh yeah, because it's up higher. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. Have you received the? Now this is a little bit dated. You may have made some changes in the interim. There is a letter from Edison Police Department, July 10th, 2025, from Sergeant Winters.
I did not see that.
Okay. It was in my file. I was hoping it was yours. So the officer reviewed the above state application. The proposed plan does not directly affect traffic flow and meets ADA parking requirements. Any markings or signage should be in compliance with the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. No further devices as per the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And it was signed by Sergeant Winters. And then also there was a letter dated September 2nd, 2025 from Fire Chief Andy Toth. Did you receive that?
I did not see that one.
Okay. So this one, his review, this is, I've reviewed the submission. The Division of Fire finds a proposed site plan to be missing a fire plan to include the required items for review, S47 truck turning radius compliance, as well as all existing proposed fire hydrants on and surrounding the site to meet our requirement related to the New Jersey Uniform Fire Code regulations. Do your plans reflect this? Because I know you had to revise your plans in the interim so as to reflect Wawa being adjacent to the property.
Yeah, no, we never received that letter, so we didn't address it. I know they, as far as a fire truck, they can come in off of Patrick Avenue and come down that drive aisle to find anything that they need to along there. That was something we looked at way back when we did the original plan, but we didn't address that letter.
Okay, we're going to need something to be submitted to the fire chief because I'm not going around him in any way, shape, or form. Okay.
We could read that, yes.
Okay. All right. And then have you received the Delaware Barton Engineering report dated June 29th, 2026?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Carley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'd like to dovetail on some of the commentary from the board members relative to the structure of the parking. And I want to ask a question, Mr. Lane. Does such a structure, because it's going to be modestly high, right? It's 4 levels of automobiles. It's going to be 24 feet tall, or it is, right? That's a question. How tall is the structure in toto?
The structure, you're talking about
The parking structure.
it's the arm that comes up is 9.5 feet high.
But how many times are you going to level it up?
Only the one.
Only the one?
Yes.
All right, so I'm assuming that you have a manufacturer's cut sheet for the thing that was produced.
Correct.
I would suggest you enter that into evidence with the testimony, but I would think, as a brother engineer, you can produce, maybe not tonight, a competent analysis of the subsoils, because as Mr. Chopper and Mr. O'Gorman suggested, asphalt is a poor medium for structure. And the subsoils will determine the load-bearing capacity of the asphalt over top of it. And I understand you're talking about a compression force, not a tensile force, but as was pointed out, you have a cantilever, and cantilevers do require a little bit of tensile strength. So I think it'd be prudent for the board to ask you to put your license to use and give them a thoughtful analysis.
We'll have to get a soils engineer then to review that in the field.
Menlo Engineering's been around for a while. That's in regard to that. And I think the board recognizes the format of my reports. And I'll ask Mr. Lane to go at the speed of lightning, if that's possible, through the bolded and italicized comments, which are very few. Those are the action items that remain right now. And for the board's edification, our first review was some time ago. And so Mr. Lane has done a pretty good job addressing most of the comments. Our first review was in May of 2025. And so as Mr. Kumba relates, we got some revised materials in June of 2026 and issued a report. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Lane to go through really a handful of comments. Mr. Lane? The bolded and italicized, one of them is the last comment in section 1, which really just describes the relief, which is actually Ms. Knight's thing. Item 4.1 talks about lighting and the need not to have light trespass on your adjacent properties. I expect that you can competently testify that you can assure that you're not going to have light spillage onto the adjacent properties.
Yeah, I mean, currently it spills over into the right-of-way, but there is lighting that spills over onto the Wawa property, but that was an existing condition that was sort of set up when we did the original Office Depot with the ultimate collision.
Okay. And and comment 4.3, right now it looks like you have a deficit relative to trees, and that also speaks to Mr. Kumba's comment about some areas being lawn areas, not landscaped areas. You can address that.
Yeah, I mean, we could either, I mean, if as we're short, we could either make a contribution or we can look to add some more trees or landscaping as needed.
Okay. Comment 9.2 just speaks to the board's instructions from spring, summer of last year, saying that the survey that had been provided wasn't up to date because the Wawa indeed had been built, but that's been updated. That's just a statement of fact in section 9. So is there anything else in the report that gives you pause?
No.
Okay. That's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Carley. Ms. Knight?
So my first question is, with the addition of these lifts, is there any need, this might be a better question for the business owner, but with the addition of these lifts, has it increased the need for additional employees? I know you said that there's actual less time being involved with the hours of operation, but just seeing if it contributed to any additional kind of exacerbations of workforce.
Mr. McNair, I need you on microphone, please, sir.
There are no additional employees that are required.
Got it. Thank you. And then in addition, for things like deliveries, the deliveries of parts, how are those delivered to the site?
Well, behind the building, there's a parts room, receiving room. So normally they would pull into the parking lot and unload there, and the parts team would, accept all the deliveries.
Got it.
And they're normally minor deliveries, small parts, fenders, doors, hoods, windows, things like that. It's really nothing major. Once in a while, they'll come in a pallet, and then we'll have to unload it.
Got it. Yeah, because there's, just noting for the board, there is no loading zone, but due to the nature of what's being delivered, it doesn't seem like a loading zone or a loading dock would be necessary.
Correct.
Next is, I know we went over the height. By any chance, did anyone take actual images of the site showing the height of the existing lifts in relation to the existing building or the existing surrounding areas?
Yes.
Thanks, John. So that'll be presented, I guess, with the planner's testimony. And then finally, I think if the board was to look favorably upon this application, I would recommend additional landscaping along the property lines.
Mr. Lane, I'm just reviewing the application. So the application is for a maximum fence height of 12 feet, but everything that I'm seeing is referring to 10 feet. Which is it?
Mr. Chairman, originally we did apply for 12 feet. Mr. Bignell asked us to reduce it to 10 feet.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we're clear on that. So you would agree to submit a revised application?
Absolutely, revised compliance plans.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Is there any other questions for Mr. Lane?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Ms. Chhabra?
What's the current existing height of the fence right now?
I believe it's 6 feet.
Okay. And then on the spec sheet that you gave, do you know which model it was particularly that you guys have installed? There's 4 different models here. There's a CC, there's a CS, SS, there's different ones on here. Is that just like the general height that it's giving you if it's that kind of vehicle, or?
The system is the DP003. Those are the clearance heights depending on what's sitting on top of it. So a compact sedan will be 10'6" off the ground, and then you go up to a standard SUV, which is 14 feet 6 inches.
But the model is what the width determines, right? So like which one out of the 5 that are listed, is it like a variety of them, or is it just like one lift that you guys installed for all of them?
Saying it's the smaller ones, the 7'11" inch wide ones.
Okay.
W.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Lane?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnny?
What is the protection on the top layer of your stack layer? On this level parking system, on the top layer, how do you protect your car? If your base is not proper, I understand, I have seen the locking mechanism on this, it locks, your system locks it. But if in case of land is not supporting your system, how do you protect your top layer? Do you need any extra protection other than your system?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mr. Lane?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if this application got approved, would the applicant agree to put the trees in and not put the make a donation to the tree fund and do the landscaping as requested from the professionals?
I would say yes. There are 39 trees on the property, so I'm not sure where the count came from because I physically counted the trees. As far as the landscaping is concerned, if you have a suggestion, I'd be open to it. And quite honestly, in the front of the building, if you're driving by currently now, the building is almost hidden from Route 1 due to the trees, covering the front of the property. You have the entire buffer down the side on the ramp coming down, and again, nothing behind us at all. But if you have suggestions, I'd be open to entertain them.
I would rely on the township ordinance and the professionals' reports. That's what I would rely on. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Carley?
Chairman Cumba. What I'm relying on is your site plan that describes the 24 shade tree requirement and the 10 that you're providing. I see, intuitively you're looking at your property and you're saying there's a lot of trees, but the ordinance is based on the trees that you remove or you have removed in the past for replacements. And so that's what Mr. Lane's site plan reflects. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Lane? Okay. So for a matter of housekeeping, Mr. Shire, I think before the board moves forward with a decision on this application, I think there are some engineering questions that we're going to need answers in terms of the soil analysis as well as the fire plan. So it's your choice if you want to continue your case or carry, but before the board makes a decision on this, this is something that we're going to have to see. And with actually, then also your soils analysis will have to be submitted to Mr. Carley for his expert review. Correct. Absolutely, it's your case.
Whatever the board wants to see before it makes a decision.
And I appreciate that. It's your case. I just wanted you to quarterback it the best way you see fit. Thank you.
I'll call Charles Dean.
But that's something to be, that they have definitely. How old the blacktop is.
Do you swear from the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
Yes.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Charles P. Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, Managing Member of the Dietz Partnership LLC Architects.
Mr. Dietz, I believe you've appeared before the board prior. If you could please give us the benefit of some of your back. If you could,
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Architecture degree from the New Jersey School of Architecture at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. I have a professional license in architecture for the past 37 years, and my license is in good standing, and I'm also licensed in 14 other states.
we'll accept. You may proceed. I know that you have some exhibits, so what you'd like to do is, when you walk over the exhibit, you could either take the microphone from the podium or you could take the microphone from the other table, because then the problem is that we can't hear Mr. Shire. So you can, your choice, but don't take Mr. Shire's.
I wasn't really calling them exhibits. They're the
Okay.
black and whites that were submitted as part
Okay.
of our package.
That works.
So nothing has changed
Okay.
from what you received previously.
All right, there we go. Thank you.
Yes, I was.
And you're familiar with the facility located on Route 1?
Yes.
Could you please advise the board whatever changes are proposed around the
Well, just to give you the history of the project, I was the original architect in 2010 that designed the building and got it built for Mr. McNee. I was then hired again in the mid-teens, maybe 2014 and 15, to do the addition in the rear that was approved by the board. And for the third time, I was hired again a couple of years ago for a very small part in this whole process and application. Due to the nature of the business, as Mr. McNee explained, parts and vehicles and the systems used to repair these and the volume he needs to store vehicles for a longer period of time, we took the existing roof level that we did during the addition, that's covered, and it's filled with a block wall that goes all the way to the ground up to a certain height, but it was open for the top 4 feet. Weather, rain, snow, if it was coming down sideways, could come in and fall onto the concrete slab that second or higher level roof was designed for. Mr. McNee, again, because of the types of vehicles and the type of equipment that he needed to store certain pieces of equipment to fix certain cars in a more controlled environment. So basically, my task was to follow the line around that wall where the block wall stopped up to the roof height, and we're installing new storefront aluminum framing system with glass. The storefront aluminum will match the same storefront aluminum that's on the front of the building and any other windows. It'll match in color and style. The glass and the windows will match what's on the front of the building as well. So what that does, that allows Mr. McNee to provide some manageable heating in there just to keep it temperature controlled, because the parts and the equipment are sensitive to very, very cold or very, very hot temperatures. So we're basically taking, and it was a typographical error on the application. There are actually only 14 spaces on that roof. That's the 14 we did when we did the addition. They're staying as is, but now he's going to place certain vehicles with certain types of repair equipment in that area in a temperature-controlled environment so that these processes can be done per the manufacturer standard. The only other thing we did, there's a ramp that you drive up from the parking lot, up this ramp, make a turn, come up to get to this roof level. That's remaining, but for security reasons, again, because these are expensive pieces of equipment and expensive vehicles, we're putting a coiling door at the top of the ramp that can be closed at the end of the day when business is done and locked. So now you have a nice, secure area for him to do what he needs to do for these specific vehicles. So that's really been the extent of my scope of work as the architect. No other building changes, no other colors, nothing's being done to the facades. We're adding storefront and glass that matches what's on the building already, and we're putting an overhead door at the top of the ramp for security and to close that area off for temperature control.
Maximum building coverage on the property.
Defer to Mr. Lane. We're not changing, I mean, I'm not doing anything that changes that. The footprint of the building is the footprint of the building, nothing's changing. We're working on an existing roof level that we built in 2014 or 15 when we did the addition.
Lane, there was a question of maximum building coverage on the property. What was the building coverage with trailers on the property?
Yeah, originally with the trailers, I believe it was 26.4. The trailer's been removed, so now it's down to 25.8 with the sheds. The building itself is at 25%.
We're talking about either
Correct, due to the sheds, yes.
Okay, does the board have any questions for Mr. Dietz? Seeing none? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dietz.
Thank you.
I'd like to call our planner, John McDonough.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is John McDonough. That's spelled MC, capital D-O-N-O-U-G-H, and I'm the project planner.
Mr. McDonough, you have previously appeared before the board. If you could just give us a brief summary of your background qualifications.
Sure thing, Mr. Chair. So I am a licensed professional planner here in the state of New Jersey. I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. That's a national certification. Both are current and in good standing.
We'll accept you. Thank you very much.
You've been retained by Ultimate Collision to give the planning testimony regarding this application, correct?
Yes.
The variances requested are essentially for
the D2 use variance for the expansion of the project.
Yes.
The maximum fence height, which originally was supposed to be 12 feet, which was reduced to 10 feet at the recommendation of the township planner, correct?
Correct.
And the maximum building coverage, which was at 26.4%, has now been reduced to 25.8%.
Correct.
All right. Did you familiarize yourself with the project as testified here?
Yes, I did.
Could you please give the board the benefit of your planning testimony? And I do want you to assume that the applicant will comply with the fire department recommendations in writing and will submit to the board the subsoil analysis requested for the asphalt under the lifts.
Yes.
To the satisfaction of the board.
Yes.
Could you please give your testimony?
Sure. I'll cut to the quick, and then I'll follow up with some of the more substantial planning proofs that I have to go through. But I always like to cut to the core here. Certainly, we always look at the positives and the negatives. On the positive side, these are going to be enhancements to an established business with a long-standing commitment to the community. It's going to take what's there and make it better. And really, site betterment is at the heart of good planning. It's what we all do all the time. I'm going to give you some photographs. Ms. Knight asked about it. I think the board has asked some good questions about the functionality of what's happening there. Safety concerns, obviously. I think the question about the sinking into the pavement is a good question. It sounds like you're going to get some engineering backup in that regard. Nobody wants these structures to fall over, not the least of which is our applicant here that has a very heavy investment in its business. So you're going to get that functional backup. I'm going to give you some visuals here that will show from a visual standpoint. This is not going to have a substantially adverse impact on the site or the surroundings, and I think our applicant has done a real good job here of retrofitting within the existing site, tucking these structures in the back. They're lower than the building, so they're really not going to be out there, I'll say, biting at you in the public eye, well concealed, well camouflaged. A nice row of plantings that are already established there to give the site a nice soft edge. And basically, what's familiar in the public eye, the long-standing identity of this site in terms of the local landscape, is not going to change as part of this application. So I'm going to give you those visuals now. And again, reminding the board that these photographs are fresh. And should I approach?
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, as it's being passed around, you want me to have these marked as one exhibit?
Counsel?
Yeah, that's fine.
3 items in each.
A1, first exhibit. Okay, looks like everybody has A1. It's 3 photographs, aerial photographs. Somewhat of a challenge even to find where these lifts are in the context of the site, but we'll take you through each sheet. The first page, and by the way, these were all taken about a month ago. I can get you the exact date that they were taken, but when we started the application last time, that's when they were taken. It's a single tax lot, block 201, lot number 17. It's a little more than an acre. It is developed with this long-standing auto collision repair shop. We're at a transportation node. We're at the junction of Route 1, Route 287, and Main Street. And suffice it to say, as this photograph shows, we are completely surrounded by commercial and industrial uses, no residential within eyesight. What the applicant is looking to the board to do here is to essentially validate what's there. And one of the nice things about this application, notwithstanding how we got here, is that you do actually have something in the landscape to prove what the applicant's points are. The subject building is right in the middle there with the Ultimate Collision logo in the front. You can see the red roofed addition structure in the back, and those lifts would be tucked behind that. Again, those parked vehicles that you see on page number 1 in Exhibit A1 are where those lifts are located. They're not standing out like a sore thumb and actually well integrated into the site surroundings. Also, towards the point about the landscape, you can see that nice edge, that nice green edge, complements the good planning that has manifested along the off-ramp from Route 287 as it works its serpentine form off of 287 onto Route 1. Second page is sort of a reverse view, takes you from the front to the back, and again, you can see those double-stacked lifts well below the roof line of the building, well tucked into the landscape, well buffered with the landscaping that's in place. To the extent that we can supplement it, we certainly will. We certainly don't want to kill a tree to plant a tree. You have a real nice landscape that's established there right now. And then finally, in the third, we give you a closer view of that double-stacked system that's now there in place. The key point here, visually innocuous, it is not going to have a substantially adverse visual impact in terms of the surrounding landscape. And again, as you've heard, operationally, it will improve the overall site functionality. In terms of the justifications for the relief here, and remind the board that the applicant is asking the board to move on a D2 use variance, which has a lesser burden than a D1. It's not within the purview of the board to take a look back and evaluate whether the use belongs there in the first place. This is not a wholly prohibited D1 use variance. It has been permitted by variance in the past. Again, this is really an enhancement to. We technically call it an expansion of a non-conforming use, but in terms of the board member's question about intensification here, we're not looking to expand hours of operation. We're not looking to expand the employee count. And most importantly, we're not looking to expand, I'll call it the development footprint or the limits of disturbance on the property, but actually a retrofit in a pocket on the site, working within the confines of the boundary that's already there. In terms of the positive criteria for that use relief, that D2 use relief, I see 4 purposes of zoning advanced here in the land use law at NJSA 40:55D-2, including purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare with those enhancements to an established business that I led off with. Purpose M, which is our planning goal for efficient use of land. It's no secret here in New Jersey, we have run out of land. We have scarcity of land. That's why we call our state plan the redevelopment plan, repurposing land that has already been developed. It's exactly what our applicant is doing here. Not expanding onto another site, not increasing the limits of disturbance, but working within the confines of the site and at the back of the site, not the front of the site. Also, purpose I, the promotion of positive aesthetics. What's nice about this application, as I said at the start, is the applicant is retaining what's familiar in the public realm, in the local landscape. This is tucked in the back where it will not have a substantial visual impact. Lastly, purpose G, to provide for a variety of uses in appropriate locations. The use is there. We're at a transportation node. We are surrounded by other auto-centric uses as well. So I think this will actually be a pretty good blend with that which is around it. In terms of the negative criteria, I think you have a good body of evidence now as a predicate to conclude that from a functional standpoint, with those good safety concerns that the board asked, I would say as a condition of, that the applicant will demonstrate the conditions that the board had asked for relative to the soils, relative to the manufacturer's specifications. In that regard, relief can certainly be granted without any substantial detriment from a functional standpoint. In terms of visual impact, I think you've got the evidence in front of you with A1. And lastly, with respect to the zone plan and the ordinance, we turn now to your 2024 master plan, which talks about the need to balance future growth and the development of Edison's tax base. Good planning is all about balance here. What's nice is the application is to retain what's there, maintaining that stable, rateable base without overly intensifying the site. So I think the applicant has struck that good balance here to meet that 2024 master plan goal and objective. There are some subsidiary C variances under that D. I think the board can certainly, if it wants, move them all in as one package, subsumed within the D. The C relief for the existing front yard setback, 46.4, where 50 feet is the minimum that's required. This is an improvement off the back, not the front. C relief for the building coverage, which is at 25.8%, which with the change. Above that 25%, that is the maximum that's allowed. That is mitigated by the overall lot coverage, which does comply and is in fact 10% below what the ordinance would allow. So we have a site that's greener than what the ordinance would contemplate. And then finally, that accessory building setback of 0 feet versus 5.5 feet minimum required is justified under hardship here. Showing you the visuals again from the site that we do have triple frontage here. So it's somewhat unavoidable, or at least a practical difficulty relief that the applicant is asking the board to move on. Taking it all together, I think this is a positive application. I think this is consistent with good planning and most importantly meets that statutory criteria for the D2 relief and folding in that subsidiary C relief as well. That's all I have on direct.
I believe it's your opinion that zone plan and zoning ordinance in light of the fact that this has been approved by the board for the last 6 years, and also that there's no public good.
This is a nice boutique expansion here. I think the board member that led off with the question about concern about over-intensification has been well addressed here by the exhibits and the testimony. This is not over-intensification of an established site.
Thank you very much. Does the board have any questions for Mr. McDonough?
Mr. Chairman?
Vice Chairman?
Yeah, the question is on parking. I'm not sure on Exhibit 1 that you just submitted. Not sure if you can answer it, but I'm looking on page 1. There's 2 cars parked right in the front. And then when you go to page 3, there's several cars parked along the building and also along the, on the entranceway there. They're not parking spots, right?
No, and I'll defer to operations, but it looks to me like that's some shunting of vehicles on the property into and out of the repair bays.
I drove by there today. It was the exact same setup.
Well,
So if this got approved, then that would be a condition. You would park in the parking spots and not park throughout the lot? I mean, that's a fire hazard right there.
We would accept the condition that there's not parking, there's shuttling the cars in and out of the bays, but we would accept that these should not be utilized as parking spaces.
Again, if this got approved, the condition would be no cars, whatever you call it, they're not going to be allowed to be there along the building and along the median right there.
We would agree to that condition.
And I have another question. On the second page, on the street, there's a bunch of cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that in reference to your establishment?
I'm sorry.
On the second page, all right? So when you look on it, and it's actually right behind the convenience store there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars parked there.
Oh, on the street? Are you talking about on the street behind the Wawa?
Yeah.
I don't know whose cars those are. I don't know. I'll yield to our operator.
I have an answer for that. That's a combination of some of the employees. Wawa, I've noticed overnight parking. There's a vehicle that's been there for about 2 weeks that comes and goes. I've seen people camped out there in their vehicles, tractor trailers parked back there. So it's a combination of some of the employees and just people visiting Wawa, or dare I use the term, camping out back there.
So they're not your employees?
Some of them are, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. McDonough?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Chopper?
I would assume the Amazon vehicles, the ones on the road, are yours.
Yes.
Okay. And as Mr. Gorman had mentioned, I mean, you guys have the lifts already set up, and it seems like the aisles and everything are being used on the road. How does your applicant intend on removing those vehicles on the road and refraining from parking there, considering that the lifts are already in place?
I'm sorry, were you asking for a condition?
No, I'm saying that the condition, even if the condition was in place, where would you guys park these vehicles? It seems like all your lifts are full, and the lifts are installed there, and there's still cars on the road. That's my concern. I mean, if you look back there, there's a restaurant there, there's a hotel back there. If a fire ladder truck were to come down this road, I mean, this is a fire hazard completely.
I'm going to have to respectfully disagree. There's a trucking company back there that has about 30 or so tractor trailers with tanker trucks that make that bend and turn 30 times a day. So if you're concerned about a fire truck coming down there and those, I don't even know, what's 60, 40-foot trucks with the tanker trucks that haul gasoline back and forth all day long, there's no restrictions on movement back there whatsoever.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. McDonough? Ms. Knight? Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. McDonough. Ms. Shar?
The applicant's presentation. I'm assuming that the board, before voting, wants to see compliance to the satisfaction of the fire marshal, number one?
Yes.
Correct? And I have not received that report. If I could
Sure,
get a
absolutely.
copy, that would be
The board
helpful.
secretary will provide a copy of that.
The other item is you would like subsoil analysis by the engineers to determine that the asphalt can support the car lifts, correct?
That's correct. So if Mr. Lane can put that analysis together and then just submit it to Mr. Carley for his expert opinion in advance of a rescheduled date, and then once the secretary gets back to her seat, we'll consult on a next date and then make sure that works with you and your team. Okay. Madam Secretary?
We have August 25th available, if that works for you, Skip.
August 25th?
August 25th.
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Lane, does that give you enough time? August 25th?
We'll take the August 25th date.
Okay.
If there's any difficulty, we can consult with the
Okay,
secretary.
that's fine. We appreciate that. All right.
I assume no further notice.
Yeah, no further notice. So what I'll do is I'll put it on the record now. So if you are here for this case and you received a notice, you will not receive another notice. This case, Z8-2024, will be carried till Tuesday, August 25th, with a meeting beginning at 7 p.m. here in council chambers. If you received a notice, you will not receive another notice. This will serve as your notice. Thank you so much, Mr. Shire.
Very much.
And have a good evening. Thank you so much. The board is going to take a 5-minute recess to allow the next case to set up. Thank you. board return to order. Madam Secretary, next case on the agenda, please.
Case number Z46, 2017, Care 1 at Birchwood, 1350 Inman Ave, settlement of litigation. This is a hearing held in accordance with the requirements of the Whispering Words versus Middletown Township, 220 NJ Super 161, for the board to consider, review, and vote on the terms of the proposed settlement, where applicant will attain preliminary and final site plan approval, along with the bulk and use variances to construct a 3-story, 114-unit assisted living facility on the property located at 1350 Inman Ave in the Township of Edison. Affected property is located in the RA zone, designated as block number 410, lot numbers 27, 28, 30, 31, and 11.C on the Edison Township tax map. All noticing paperwork is in order.
Thank you. Mr. Salmon?
Okay, so before we begin, I want to briefly explain what we're doing here tonight, because this is not a normal land use application like what you heard earlier this evening. This hearing arises from a lawsuit that was filed by Care 1 at Birchwood against the township and the zoning board after the board denied Care 1's prior applications. The parties have negotiated a proposed settlement agreement, and because that settlement involves land use relief, it has to be considered publicly by the board at what is commonly called a Whispering Woods hearing. Hearing is called a Whispering Woods hearing because of a case from 1987, a lawsuit from 1987, called Whispering Woods versus Middletown Township. It is a process that is used when a land use board is asked to approve a settlement of litigation that involves a land use application. The public has to be given notice of the proposed settlement. The matter must be presented at the public hearing. The board must hear testimony and public comment, and the board must vote publicly and memorialize its decision by a written resolution. The board is not simply rehearing the original application exactly as it was first presented and then denied. The application has been modified, in this case significantly, as part of the proposed settlement. For example, and you're going to hear about this in more detail as it goes on, the application is changing from an assisted living facility to a memory care facility only. It is being reduced in size, including its height and number of beds. The generator is being moved farther away from Lewis Court, et cetera. Most importantly, I want to make it clear that this is not a formality or a rubber stamp. The board must consider the settlement, the revised plans, the testimony, the professional reports, the proposed conditions, and the comments from the public before deciding whether to approve or reject the settlement and related land use relief. The board does not have to simply approve this. It is their decision. And before we begin, I believe we have some objectors that want to raise some issues before we get into this.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Richard C. Leahy Jr. I'm an attorney from Seagirt, New Jersey. I represent Kevin Cattell, a 200-foot resident, both individually and as a member of Care 1 Opposition Group. We are raising the issue of the board's jurisdiction to hear this matter based on insufficiency of notice. According to the published notification, the notice was published on June 27. We don't know what time, and this meeting is being held literally 10 days later, to the minute almost. It provided the interested parties less than 3 working days to obtain information with regard to this application. Understanding that the notice has been provided as a modification of a prior application, which was denied, a lawsuit being filed more than 3 years after that denial, which is in violation of court rule, which provides that suits must be filed within 45 days of such denial. No party here tonight has either seen the settlement provisions, knows anything about it, was allowed to participate in it. Many individuals, according to information and belief, never received certified notice of this meeting. And we are here tonight to advise that we are challenging the jurisdictional authority of this board. That's all I have for now.
If I could, really briefly, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Peter Flannery with the law firm of Bisgayer Hoff. on behalf of the applicant, Care One at Birchwood LLC. Regarding notice, of course, the board and its professionals have weighed in that it's proper, and I also want to confirm that the applicant did comply with all the requirements of the municipal land use law in terms of publication and online publication at least 10 days before the hearing, and certified mailings to all property owners and other required parties pursuant to a list provided by the township. And I ask that the board move forward with this hearing. I do have with me the attorneys who are handling the litigation. If there are questions specifically regarding the litigation that the board has or the members of the public may have, I can certainly bring them forward to discuss. But you know, these individuals who are objecting tonight were not part of the litigation. They're certainly welcome to ask questions and present testimony tonight as part of this public hearing. But they were not involved in litigation. And in terms of settlement, you know, the terms of the settlement agreement will be discussed as we move forward through this hearing.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Gazarovski, please.
My name is Ron Gazarovski. I was, in fact, the attorney who represented the residents who opposed this. My name is Ron Gazarovski. I was, in fact, the attorney who represented the residents at the last hearing, I believe, where the vote denied the application for, at that time, the assisted living facility. That was probably 5 or 6 years ago. I was contacted by them again to appear before this board to once again raise objections to this proposed use. My main argument in the very beginning is that the notice in question which was sent out is both inadequate and improper. And I would like to read just briefly from that, and that will be the sum and substance of my comments. It points out in paragraph 2 of the notice that the applicant and the board seek to conduct a public hearing in accordance with the procedures of Whispering Woods. It says, based upon a modified development plan and with the applicant relying on the hearing record created with respect to the original application. It then goes on to say that the applicant seeks preliminary and final major site plan, use variance, and other variance approvals, and it modifies the original application as follows. Well, first of all, this is not a modification of the original application. The original application was for an assisted living facility. This is a completely different, separate use. And I find it difficult to believe that this board can rely upon a transcript of a hearing in which that application was denied. Not only was it denied, but the applicant, upon hearing or receiving that notice, never filed a prerogative writ suit pursuant to the municipal land use law. So here we are today, years after that denial, and what I find striking is they're saying they're going to be relying upon the hearing that took place where the application was denied. And they want to enter into evidence before this board, presumably, a copy of that transcript or portions of that transcript. Well, my clients, nor have I, ever seen a transcript of that hearing, and I would respectfully argue to this board that going forward, this matter should be adjourned at this particular time, with the applicant to come back with a revised site plan application seeking the variances that he is using, as well as an application for a, quote, new use, end quote. Not a modification of a use that was denied, but a new use, and I would respectfully say to this board, you do not have jurisdiction at this evening to hear this application. Thank you.
I'd like to say to that, this board did hear extensive testimony in the original application. The memory care use that's proposed is somewhat similar to the assisted living facility use. We're going to have testimony on that. We're going to show that although there are some significant changes which are beneficial to the public, the general footprint is similar. The general orientation of the project is similar, and there are a lot of similarities to the prior application. So we maintain that this is an amendment to the original application that the board has jurisdiction.
This argument of similarities, it's just difficult to comprehend. It is a new use. No different than if a person was coming in for a use of, let's say, a Carvel or a food store, and a new application came in for a automobile use and whatnot. They're just different, and the public has not been given proper notice of exactly what they're seeking, and they're relying upon testimony and hearing for an application which was denied. How is this board supposed to sift out from that denial, sift out from that resolution, what's to be considered this evening and what cannot be considered? I've been doing this for a long time, and I don't want to sound like I'm pontificating, but this issue having a new use predicated upon an old use that was denied, I just simply think is improper. Thank you.
I just want to add to that, the memory care use is part of the umbrella of uses that are under the same license as an assisted living facility with the state. It's just simply a slightly less intensive use with respect to traffic, and that there are no independent living opportunities with the memory care. You don't have residents who have their own vehicles and are parking or traveling to and from the building on their own.
Mr. Sim?
You want, okay.
Yes.
We're going to take a 2-minute break before we continue. We have a technical thing that we need to figure out, and then we'll resume in like 2 minutes.
Okay. Board will stand in recess for 2 minutes. Board will return to session.
Oh, we're missing something. We're missing something. Where'd he go? Where did he go? That's it? Oh, maybe. You want to wait another minute for him to come back? Okay.
All right, we have a board member in the restroom, so we're just going to give him a minute. Mr. Flannery, I apologize.
We're all going to stare at him when he comes back in, right? Yeah.
Pardon? You want to be chair?
No, that's what I came home.
A few more things I'm going to say, they're going to go down.
No, I don't. No, thank you.
All right, the board returns to session.
Okay, so as the proposed settlement agreement requires, we're going to enter a copy of the settlement agreement into evidence as Exhibit A1. We're also going to mark the engineering plan as Exhibit A2 and the architect's site plan as Exhibit A3. And then depending on what the board does at the end of the meeting, those may be entered into evidence as well. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Flannery in a moment and to put on his case, but he's going to, my understanding is that Care 1's engineer is going to present the draft site plan. The board engineer is going to provide some comments, and then if Care 1 has any other testimony to provide, they may do so. After they're done putting on their case, the members of the public or their representatives will have an opportunity to give sworn comment on the application, which should be limited to the settlement agreement and the final proposed site plan. You'll each have 5 minutes to speak. Because we are relying on the recording here, we don't have a court reporter here. We ask that you speak loudly and clearly directly into the mic. If we interrupt you because you are not doing it, we're not trying to be rude. We're just trying to make sure that the record is clear as to what everyone is saying. So if we're interrupting you that you're not being clear, that's the reason.
I've never seen a copy of that.
Mr. Gazarovski, we need you on a microphone.
Chair,
I need you on a microphone too, sir.
I just want to say, my name is Richard Leahy, speaking to the record.
Again, sir, I need you on a microphone.
Yeah.
Go to the mic.
Richard Leahy, again, for the record. Is that microphone working? Is the board intending on voting on both passing a resolution approving the settlement and passing a resolution approving the application this evening? Because it would require two separate resolutions.
So this would be, it depends on what the vote is that the board wants to do, but they need only approve the Whispering Woods settlement agreement, which includes in it I'm blanking on the word, the revised site plan.
So the board is intending on passing.
Mr. Leahy, again, the microphone, please.
Again, the board is intending on passing both resolutions this evening?
I don't want to say the board is intending on passing any resolutions. The board's able to make whatever decision it wants to make, but they will vote either in favor or against the settlement agreement.
Okay, so that the only issue tonight is the validity of the settlement agreement. Is that my understanding?
The validity of the settlement agreement contains all the terms and conditions of the approval. So they're I'll call them essentially one and the same by approving a settlement agreement.
So the settlement agreement already contains. Can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Now you can.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the settlement agreement already contains all the requirements for an approval on this new application. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean when you say contains all the requirements of the approval. It contains all the terms and conditions of what could be approved by the board. It lists all the changes, for example, between the original application and the new application. So I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but that's what it contains, and I believe that's what Mr. Flannery is going to go into in a little bit. Yeah.
Copy of the settlement agreement?
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Mr. Gazarovski has requested a copy of the settlement agreement.
Yeah, we're going to give you copies of them. Yep. Okay, so as I was saying, members of the public will have 5 minutes to speak. Again, I know we've already heard it now, but it's important that you speak loudly and clearly into the mic. We're really not trying to be rude. If anyone interrupts you, we just need to be able to get the recording accurate. At that point, after all those comments, the board can consider the application and decide how they want to proceed. And so with that, Mr. Flannery, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just for the record.
Just note for the record that we have not seen a copy.
Mr. Gazarovski, again, if you could please speak into the microphone. I'm tired to keep interrupting you, but I need you to speak into the microphone. We got you a working microphone, need you to speak into it.
I'm sorry. But just so the record is clear, I'd like the record to reflect that neither I nor counsel have seen a copy of this settlement agreement until 30 seconds ago.
We understand. Thank you.
Again, for the record, the property is located at Block 410, lots 28.01, 30, 31, and 11.03, formerly known as lots 27, 28, 30, 31, and 11C. It's located at 1350 Inman Avenue in the RA Single Family Residential Zoning District. It's currently developed with a skilled nursing facility and 2 residential structures. Originally, before this board, the applicant had filed an application for preliminary and final major site plan, D1 use variance, and other variance approvals. Application file number Z46 2017 to construct a 3-story, 106-bed assisted living facility with signage on the property, to consolidate the lots constituting the property, and to make certain improvements to the skilled nursing facility on the property, known as the original application. Approximately 7 hearings were held before this board from December 18th, 2018 through December 17th, 2019. The board ultimately voted not to approve the original application and adopted a resolution of memorialization regarding this denial at its meeting held on May 12th, 2020. The primary concerns of the board were the visual impact of a 3-story building for the new proposed assisted living facility on the eastern portion of the site, and potential impacts from trash and recycling and a generator being on the eastern portion of the property near residential areas. There was also concern regarding potential traffic and other impacts from the, specifically the assisted living facility use, which had a potential for residents to be utilizing vehicles. Applicant subsequently filed 2 lawsuits against the board. One was a prerogative writ in New Jersey Superior Court, docket number MIDL 4382-20, known as a state action. The other was a federal lawsuit filed in the United States District Court, docket number 220 CV 7976 BRM JSA. The state action was dismissed by consent, subject to reinstatement, pending the outcome of the federal action. The applicant subsequently filed a motion for summary judgment in the federal action, which the federal district court granted in part. This led to settlement negotiations between the board and the applicant, and that brings us to this evening, the Whispering Woods hearing, in which applicant is proposing certain amendments to the original application, still seeking preliminary and final major site plan, D1 use variance, and other variance approvals regarding the property, but modifying the original application as follows. And I will have, of course, our professionals, our engineer and our architect speak on this in greater detail with exhibits. But the applicant proposes to provide for a memory care facility in lieu of the assisted living facility, to provide for 114 units consisting of 122 beds in the memory care facility, to reduce the memory care facility building height to 2 stories nearest Lewis Court and along the eastern side of the property, to locate the generator for the project furthest from Lewis Court and to place that generator between its existing skilled nursing facility building and the new proposed memory care facility building, to provide a shed on the western side of the property along with the generator, to place a trash and recycling enclosure on the western side of the property along with a generator and a shed, and to provide a memory care facility building footprint of approximately 37,447 square feet, and a total building area, including basement, of approximately 95,059 square feet. Also to provide 104 parking spaces, with approximately 40 of those spaces reserved for employees, and to modify the building footprint and length such that the building setback would be approximately 73.96 feet from the rear property line and approximately 82.94 feet at its nearest point to the Lewis Court side property line. The applicant also proposes to provide improvements to the existing skilled nursing facility to permit the utilization of approximately 11 banked parking spaces, to add 4 new parking spaces, to confirm the current dumpster location, to approve an as-built rear sidewalk, and to permit the existing 6-foot, 10-inch high signs. As part of this application, the applicant is proposing a D1 use variance for the memory care facility, variances regarding building coverage, lot coverage, floor area ratio, building height, and stories, as well as continuing certain existing nonconformities with respect to the skilled nursing facility that exists on the property. And there was a catch-all provision in the notice as well for any other variance or site plan exceptions that may be required as part of this application. I'd like to present our first witness, our civil engineer, Brian Waste.
May I comment as to that representation?
Not at this time. Let him get through the presentation, then after that, you can make your
Let me
objection.
just, for the record.
No, I'm sorry. No, you just asked me if you could speak, and I said you will have an opportunity after the presentation is made. But let him make his presentation, and then you can make your objections. But they're entitled to make the presentation without being interrupted.
A presentation based upon the settlement or upon the new application?
I'm sorry. It's the same. It's one and the same.
Pardon me?
The settlement is the revised application.
No, the settlement has to do with the original application, not with this new application. What am I missing here?
You will have an opportunity to make your objection after they're able to put on their presentation, but the applicant is entitled to make the presentation, and then you can comment and object.
Thank you. First, for my witness, I'll have our civil engineer, Brian Waisner from Langen. His firm was involved in the original application materials.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
I do.
Okay, can you state your name and business address for the record?
Brian? Brian Waisner, W-A-I-S-N-O-R, Langen Engineering, 300 Kimball Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey.
And Mr. Waisner, if you could please don't interrupt me. If you could please give the board the benefit of your background and qualifications.
I'm a professional engineer in New Jersey. I have a bachelor's of science from Lehigh University in civil engineering. I've been working on land development projects such as this in New Jersey and the tri-state area for approximately 30 years. I've been accepted as a witness before other boards providing expert testimony.
And your license is current and good standing?
It is.
We'll accept you. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Waisner, if you could, I believe you have an exhibit. This was submitted to the board previously. It has been marked as Exhibit A2.
And Mr. Feiner, if you could also speak into the microphone as well.
Sorry, I was speaking sidebar there. Yeah, we were just preparing the exhibit to show the board and public.
Mr. Waisner, if you're going to speak to that, you could actually take the microphone from the podium there, just so that. Or actually, no, Mr. Carley is going to just return it, so he's got to bring it back at the end of the night.
Talking to the mic.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, the
A copy of the report?
of the report? Which report are you referring to?
So this exhibit, I believe, is marked into evidence as A2.
A2.
It's the first sheet of 5 sheets that were submitted by my office, Langen Engineering. This sheet is sheet CS-101, titled Site Plan, last revised 12/17/2025. I have 11 by 17s, if it'd be helpful to hand that out.
Yeah, let's hand those out. Yes.
Shall I continue? Or wait a second?
Oh, I know all about it.
Okay. So this is an exhibit of the proposed site plan
for the new building that would go on the eastern portion of the site. And again, it's the 10 acres on the north side of Inman Avenue, adjacent to the existing skilled nursing facility. It's in the RA zone. The site's occupied by the skilled nursing facility, which is on the left side of this page, as well as 2 vacant residential structures that are situated where the proposed building will go. The existing access points to the existing nursing facility will remain as is. There will be some parking adjustments that were covered in the prior testimony and application. There's no proposed changes to that as part of this amendment. But as part of this amendment, the building was modified, and I'll explain that as follows. So aside from the change in the use from assisted facility to a memory care facility, which will have 122 beds in 114 rooms or units, the building footprint was updated because the interior had to be reconfigured for that. And the east side of the building, and the architect will go through this in a little more detail, the east side of the building, so that's closest to Lewis Court, has been reduced to 2 stories. And the west side of the building is going to remain at the proposed 3 stories. The footprint is 37,477 square feet. So that's the ground floor when you walk in. All of the floors, the first floor, second floor, third floor, for a portion of the building, as well as the basement, total 95,059 square feet. And that includes the basement area, which is for storage and mechanicals. The driveway from Inman is in the same location as previously proposed. It's approximately at the location of the existing driveway for one of the residential structures. The drop-off in the front of the building remains as previously proposed. There's a spot for an ambulance to park there. There's ADA parking along the front of the building. And that's really where the primary parking is for visitors and for employees. You've got the front of the building near Inman Avenue. You've got the west side of the building between the new building and the skilled nursing. You've also got parking in the rear, similar to what there was proposed before. And there are 10 parallel spaces proposed on the east side of the building that are tucked closest to the building along that drive aisle. We're keeping the full circulation around the building for fire access and any kind of circulation that's necessary on the site, similar to before. The total number of parking spaces proposed for the entire facility, that would be both the new memory care as well as the skilled nursing. We're going to have 206 spaces total, and that is compliant with the regulations, which calculate 1 space per 1 space for every 2 beds, plus 1 space for every employee. So there's 122 beds in the existing facility, 122 beds in the new facility, 41 employees on a peak shift in the existing facility, and 40 employees at the new facility. And so that totals 203 spaces are required and 206 spaces are proposed. One of the enhancements, aside from lowering a story off the building, was the reconfiguration of the service area, which is the loading area, the trash, the recycling, an equipment shed, generator, transformer, all of that to the west side of the building. So that'll be between the 2 nursing facilities. Again, we think this is an enhancement compared to the prior layout, which had most of that on the east side of the building, closer to Lewis Court. We have identified where the generator and the transformer will likely go, but of course we'll have to coordinate that with the utility company. And we will provide adequate screening for noise and of course for aesthetics, as it's now close to the front door, certainly closer to the front door than it was in the prior rendition. I'm going to move to page 2 in this set of drawings. which is titled Grading Plan, CG 101. It's got a 12/17/2025 date on it. And really, this shows the proposed grading schematically for this new layout or this updated layout. Topography still runs from the northwest to the southeast of the site. We have lowered the floor, the finished floor, the lowest floor, so all the stories come down by 18 inches, 1.5 feet, to make it closer to Inman Avenue and reduce the general appearance compared to the grades around it, which do drop off as it goes down to Inman Avenue. Doing so will require more earthwork for the project, so more soil will have to be dug out, removed, and exported as a result of dropping this, but it's a benefit that the applicant would like to make to facilitate moving this project forward. The stormwater management system, and I'll move to the third sheet in the set. This is titled Drainage Plan, CG 201, dated 12/17/2025. We have run preliminary calculations based on the current regulations, which do require adjustments to the rainfall intensity. And it does require green infrastructure. A few years ago, the rules changed. You used to be able to put pipes below the parking lots and store all your water that way. Now you have to treat the water and infiltrate the water. And we have made plans to do that. And we've shown schematically how big and where these elements will be. We still have to run through the final design and submit it for a final review. But preliminarily, we've done that. We also have completed testing in April of this year during the seasonal high groundwater period to make sure that the depths of our basins are not going to be in groundwater, because obviously we wouldn't be able to infiltrate if we were in groundwater. So we did not find groundwater, which is good, but we did find the soils percolate very slowly, which means we'll have to dig out some of that soil and replace it with sand so the water can go into the ground. Lastly, or not lastly, but next, utilities. We did provide a schematic utility plan. I don't have a lot to go over with you on that because the utilities do have to be redesigned. All the service area, which is where the utilities come into the building, has been switched from one side of the building to the other. So we'll have to run through all the agencies to confirm the utilities and the new connections and routing. But preliminarily, we've shown how we intend to do that. And lastly, landscaping. Shoot. That's okay. 1 second. Landscaping is the last plan in the set. Landscape plan LP 101, dated 12/17/2025. Again, similar to the previous layout, it shows an intense landscaping scheme with additional planting along the eastern side and the northern side of the site, which is where the property abuts residential property. The sizes are the same as proposed previously, which are larger than, I would say, typical on most of our projects. The site will be irrigated. All the planted areas will have an irrigation system. We are proposing an 8-foot-high board-on-board fence along the residential property to the north and on the east. And I do believe that requires relief that we're seeking to get to put in that 8-foot-high board-on-board fence. And I would point out there's also the benefit of landscaping that is along that eastern buffer that was put in, I think, about 8 years ago. And having driven the site today, I can tell you that it's there and it's pretty tall. It's probably close to 20 feet out there along the property line today. So That's really the changes. I'll just run through the zoning compliance changes in the chart, which is the last point I would like to make before I answer any questions you have, and that's on the first sheet. I realize this is probably too difficult for you to read on an 11 by 17 in the handout, but on the full-size sheet, there is a zoning compliance chart. The items that have changed, the minimum front yard, 35 feet is required, 41.2 feet is existing to the existing nursing facility, and this project proposes 84.97 feet to the canopy, 111.15 feet to the front of the building. The side yard, 15 feet is required, 82.94 feet is proposed. The rear yard, 60 feet is required, 73.96 feet is proposed. For the maximum building coverage, 15% is permitted. Our plan identifies 16.1%. However, that is a typo. As I recalculated myself, the building coverage is actually 17.4%. So we would amend that in any revised submissions to the entity, but for the record, the proposed building coverage is 17.4%. The maximum lot coverage is 30% permitted, 43.2% is proposed. The gross floor area, a minimum of 1,400 square feet is required. 254 square feet are proposed. FAR 0.25 is permitted, 0.305, if you want to take another decimal place, is proposed. And again, the maximum number of stories, 2.5 feet, is permitted. A portion of the building is 2-story, a portion of the building is 3-story. Other items such as lighting, which was called out in DNR's letter, has not been recalculated yet, but our intention is to have a design that's fully compliant with all the regulations: dark sky, cutoff shields, zero light overspill. I think the rest of the numbers are unchanged, or they speak for themselves. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Wisner?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Mr. Wisner, is this a preliminary and final site plan from your office?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious why it's not signed or there's no stamp or anything.
So these plans were prepared in December as part of, I guess, settlement discussions, and I was told these are the plans that have to be presented because they were part of settlement discussions. Eventually, signed, sealed plans with additional information will be provided.
Okay, but this was prepared by you and your team?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does the board have any other questions, Mr. Wisner? Seeing none. Mr. Carley?
I don't want Mr. Willie to yell at me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had the opportunity to review application materials. And the basis of our application, or review of that, was to hew to what I believe is our direction from the settlement agreement. And so we looked at the current iteration of laws that applies to site layout, predominantly the New Jersey Administrative Code as expressed in the Stormwater Management Rule at 7:8, and the Residential Site Improvement Standards, which is applicable here at 5:21. And so my report, as Mr. Wisner testified, does point out those instances on a technical, from a solely technical perspective, where the design should be improved to hew to the administrative code, but also the standards for soil erosion and sediment control in New Jersey, and of course, Edison Township's land use ordinance. I offer any number of comments in my report, but I'm going to ask Mr. Wisner, is there anything in my report that you can address over time?
I believe we can address all your comments and work with you to address your concerns over time, yes.
Okay, but this bad boy is going to be the record, right?
Yes.
Okay.
One exception, though.
I think we were going to request a waiver of the EIS, which was set forth in the report.
That's not my decision. That's the board's decision.
No, understood. I just want to point that out.
Okay.
Correct.
Duly noted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carley. Ms. Knight?
No, the questions I had for engineering were answered during testimony.
Great, thank you so much. Mr. Wazer, before I let you go, I'll just go to the board, see if any other questions came up. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, are we permitted to cross-examine the witness?
That going to be done after all the witnesses?
I mean, it's up to you if you
Yeah, we
prefer
have
to
the
do them after.
architect. I'd like to bring him up and
You want to do them all, and then they
have
can,
him
they can call
complete
them
his
back up?
testimony, and then we could have maybe cross-examination after that.
Okay, so
Understood. Thank you.
you will have an opportunity, they're going to finish putting on their case.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon. We'll have the opportunity after all the witnesses have testified.
My next witness will be Mr. Michael Pomerico, our architect.
You could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
Yes.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Michael A. Pomerico, architect, 19 Front Street, Newburgh, New York.
Mr. Pomerico, you have previously appeared before the board. If you could please give us a brief background of your summary, brief summary of your background qualifications. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I've presented in front of this board in the past. I'm a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Montana.
License current good standing?
It is, sir.
You may proceed. We'll accept you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pomerico, you, of course, had handled the original application and had worked in the architectural designs for that application. You've also prepared some amended plans which were previously submitted to the board. If you could just briefly go over those plans. I don't know if you have any handouts or
I have
board
presentation boards.
Yeah, let's. Is that just the one that was submitted?
And I have handouts for the board members if need be.
Let's do both.
Okay.
This one might be included already. I think we did 11 by 17s as well, but we'll see.
Thanks, Richard.
So what we just handed out was Exhibit A3, the architectural plan previously submitted to the board.
Okay, ready.
So is this the sheet that you're showing right now? This is part of the plan set that we just passed around?
Yes, and for the board, I'm going to start with the exterior elevations, and then we can review the plans, because I think that's most relevant to the discussion.
Sounds good.
So if the board would reference drawing SK07, and should I enter these in as exhibits?
No, I think the entire plan set is just Exhibit A3. So
Okay.
we'll just reference to each sheet.
So
it's all part of Exhibit A3.
There was, I'm going to grab my notes. There was a number of modifications that we made after the previous design was submitted and reviewed. And all of the primary changes were done to try and mitigate the exposure of the building on the Lewis Court side of the building, the east side of the building. So we did a few things. We took the elevation, the floor plan, I'll show you the floor plan in a few minutes, but I have this elevation SK07 that shows the east side of the building is now a two-story structure, and the west side of the building remains as a three-story structure. So what we did was we removed an entire floor off the east side of the building to reduce the elevation of the building and height so that it's no longer visible from the Lewis Court side, the east. We also modified the roof lines, and if you note the gable ends that projected out, we've chamfered those now so that we reduced the amount of the roof that it is exposed and viewed from all elevations of the building. We took the rooms that were located on the third floor, and those were redistributed throughout the building. That necessitated some dimensional changes to the structure of the building, which are shown on the drawings that were submitted. And we also reorganized the services in the building. These are the support services, the kitchen, the dining areas. We moved some of the elevator locations around, and all of that was done to support flipping the service entrance from the east side of the building to the west side of the building. So what that did is supports the Langen site plan of moving the generator and moving the waste and the support services that were previously on the east side of the site are now all on the west side of the site, and all of the internal services that are connected to those, the waste and such, and the service entrance for food deliveries, all of that now happens on the west side of the site. So we've eliminated all of that traffic and all of that exposure on the east side of the site. So there's very limited activity. There's actually no activity happening on the Lewis Court side of the site. So let's just take a look. SK07 you see is now a two-story elevation. It was previously a three-story elevation. This elevation 2 shows the lowered roof elevations on the east side of the site. Elevation 1 shows the lowered elevations on the east side of the site. So it was a really significant reduction. The west side of the site, you can see, remains the same. But this is the side that faces the existing Care 1 building. So there's no change there. And the front elevation from the street, you can see that the east side of the building is now 2 stories, and the west side of the building remains as 3 stories. The floor plan, and I'll start at the top, and we'll kind of work our way down. So you can see there's a roof plan, and on the roof plan, you'll see we've just highlighted this darker line here. That is the west side of the building, which remains as 3 floors. And the east side of the building now is an entire story lower. So it sits below the height restriction, that side of the building. You look at SK04, you'll see that the east side of the building now shows a roof, where previously those were resident units. So we've eliminated all the resident units on the east side of the building, and the residence units are now on the 3rd floor, only on the west side of the building. There's still the internal courtyard that remains so that the residents have access to daylight and we have internal space inside the building. Now, if you look at SK03, this floor plan stays the same. This is now the 2nd floor. Again, this is a roof now on the east side as opposed to the west side where there's resident rooms above the 2nd floor. The remainder of the arrangement of the building remains the same, with the neighborhoods and the common services in the front, the country kitchens and the support spaces for the residents, all that remains the same. And SK02, which is the ground floor. Again, the main difference here is that points of entry that were previously on the east have now been changed, and they're now on the west. Board have any questions?
Does the board have any questions, Mr. Pomerico?
The only thing, Mr. Chairman, left that I have on this diagramming is SK01, which is the basement, which is not visible. It's underground. And that's really is 4,000 square feet, and it's just service space down there.
It's sports, from my review, is sports services and laundry.
Yep, SK01. Okay. There's just some dry storage. It's just support space.
Okay. Does the board have any questions, Mr. Pomerico?
Now, a few other things that I want to bring to the board's attention. And this is important, I believe, the building is designed to meet the criteria for the New Jersey Department of Health and Senior Services for licensing as an assisted living facility. Now, they are memory care units, and these are memory care residents. But from the state's point of view, and from the point of view of licensure, this is assisted living, and it's identified under Chapter 4.1 of the guidelines, the 2022 guidelines for the design and construction of residential healthcare facilities. All of the planning standards, all the design standards, assisted living. There's nothing in the code that speaks to memory care so as a type of alternative design or different type of licensure. It is 100% assisted living. It's just that they're memory care residents. I don't have any other material to offer to the board.
We talk a little bit more about the memory care use and operations and security.
Okay, that's very good. So yes, so just so we understand, I want to be clear. The entire building is under access control. You can't get into the building and you cannot leave the building without going through an access control point. All of the elevators and access into the elevators is by an access control. If you don't have an ID badge, you don't have the ability to be able to access and use the elevators, right? So there's controlled movements in and out of the building. As you get deeper into the building and you get off the elevator opens into common spaces, the country kitchens and the living room spaces. And then as you move from those spaces further into the building, you go through additional access control points. So each of the neighborhoods has access control. So it's really virtually impossible to be able to elope out of this building because of all of these security provisions. In addition to that, when the patients are in their rooms in the evening, the patients are locked in their rooms, right? So there's access control at that level. Care One has, in their other facilities, very sophisticated means and methods of monitoring how patients move. They have infrared camera systems that monitor the movements of patients. They track the movements of patients. They always know at all times where the patients are inside the building. This is what they do, and they do an excellent job at it. Absolutely, to ensure the safety of these residents. Right, right.
Does that conclude your direct testimony?
Do we have any other questions? I think so, unless there's any questions on it.
Okay, so I was going to go to the board. I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to cut you off short. Okay. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Pombrico?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Ayotte?
Your FAR, if I may, 23 is required. You're asking for 0.30. That includes the third floor?
Yes, yes.
That hadn't changed from the original submission?
I would defer to Mr. Waisner on, because that's his.
Mr. Waisner, if you want to just use the podium up there, that'll make it a little easier.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that one is working right now.
The FAR includes the third floor, the second floor, the first floor, and the basement. So that's how you get to 0.30. The prior application, find my note right here, was 0.284. So it's slightly larger. If I need to repeat, I'm okay.
So the larger amount is due to the third floor addition?
Right. So what we had to do to be able to absorb the movement of the beds from the third floor to the other floors, right? So we had to change the format of the building and elongate the building slightly to be able to reabsorb those units into the floors below.
I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned just with the FAR. So the FAR, the increase in the FAR is a result of the third floor only. Is that correct?
The third floor was previously proposed. It's changing where those units fall in the building to make them in modules. So it's kind of reorienting the space.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board for Mr. Pombrico? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Pombrico.
Thank you.
For all the witnesses I have this time, like I mentioned before, I have the attorney who's having litigation. In for
Okay.
Yeah, we can turn it over to the objectors. Just if you could just also, again, clearly identify who your the attorneys are representing. We'll hear from the attorneys first, and then we'll hear from any members of the public.
Again, Richard Leahy on behalf of a 200-foot resident, Kevin Cattell, individually and as a member of Care One Opposition Group. I guess we'll go in order of planner first. And then
Mr. Leahy, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I need you to make sure you're on mic. So
I guess we'll go in order of how they testified. So I'll direct my cross-examination to Mr. Waisner first. Mr. Waisner, you made a comment that you were told to prepare the plans pursuant to a settlement agreement. Is that your testimony?
I modified the plans at the client's request as part of what I understand were settlement discussions.
Okay. And who gave you that instruction?
My client,
Specifically who?
Pier 1.
Is there an individual's name that you can give us that from Care One who gave you the instruction to modify the plans pursuant to the settlement agreement?
I don't see how this is relevant, is my question. Applicant, Care 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see the relevance to it either.
Fine. Mr. Wasner, do you have any familiarity at all with the terms of the settlement agreement?
I've read them.
Okay. Are you aware why the planning board in the Township of Edison bound itself to conduct this meeting within one meeting and approve both the settlement agreement and the application within one meeting?
Again, relevance here. We're talking.
The relevance here is that it might be in violation of both Whispering Woods and the Open Public Meetings Act. That's the relevance.
Which are all points that you can make if you decide to challenge this in court.
Questions regarding Mr. Wasner's testimony.
Well,
Also,
Mr.
just for the record, this is a zoning board, not the planning board. The planning board has better looking
I'm
members.
sorry, zoning
It's
board.
okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for misidentification. Mr. Wasner, are you aware as to why the Township of Edison is paying over $500,000 to the applicant as part of this settlement agreement?
Yeah, not within the scope.
Well, he can answer whether he knows or not.
We can have Mr. Nagel.
If he doesn't know, he doesn't know. Do you have any idea why?
No.
Okay. Now, you, as part of your testimony, I'm sorry, as part of your preparation of the plans, did you review the zoning ordinances of the Township of Edison?
I reviewed them, yes.
Okay. Within that review, did you find a definition of what is an assisted living facility?
I don't believe so.
You did not find such a definition?
I don't believe so.
Did you review section 30-1 of the zoning ordinances of the Township of Edison?
I've not reviewed it recently.
Well, this application is for an assisted living facility, is it not?
Yes.
Is that, and you didn't review the ordinance regarding the definition of an assisted living facility?
I'm here to testify on the changes to the plans that I made subsequent to the original application.
Okay. And so you're not an expert in behavioral health or Alzheimer's or mental disorders in any way, is that true?
I'm a professional engineer, not a health professional.
Very good. Okay, that's all I have. Mr. Gadowski, any questions?
Could you state who you're representing for the record?
Okay, let the record reflect, as I earlier did. My name is Ron Gazarowski, and I have some brief questions. Were you the?
I'm sorry. We need to hear who you're representing.
Pardon?
We need to hear who you're here representing.
Who I represent?
Yes.
Yeah, Amadel Sayali, S-Y-A-L-E-E.
Okay.
And she is also a member of other citizens, but she is their spokesperson with regard to this. I want to kind of just clarify a couple of things. As I read the application as well as the notice, there's reference to the prior application. Are you familiar with that?
I've read some of the transcript and materials.
Will you speak up a little louder, please?
I read some of the transcript and reviewed the materials.
Okay. Now, in this notice, they're making reference to certain engineering data with regard to the first application that is being incorporated into this application. Are you aware of that?
I'm here to speak on behalf of the modifications I've made.
I'm sorry?
I'm here to speak on behalf of the modifications I've made.
Well, wait a second. In other words, you're only speaking in terms of the modification. You're not here to in any way address the original application drawings as they would apply to this application? In other words, you're completely unaware of them and you didn't consider them.
I've reviewed the prior drawings. I've made modifications to them. I've presented the modifications, and that's what my role is.
And I apologize for interrupting you, okay? I'm sorry for that. Can you tell me what part of the original application is being incorporated into this application?
Well, that's really a question for me.
It's a question to the witness, not to you. If he can't answer it, he can't answer it.
I'm going to defer to the attorney to answer that.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to defer to the attorney to answer that.
How can you refer to the attorney? He's
I
not
don't
an
understand
engineer.
the question.
You are. You're the engineer. I want you to tell me what parts of the original application that you incorporated into this application. If you can't answer that question, you can't answer the question.
I can't answer that question.
Okay. Are you also aware of the fact that with regard to that initial application, in all of the engineering data which was included in the application, this board denied that application? Are you aware of that?
I am.
Are you also aware then, by denying the application, they denied the efficacy of all of the engineering data that was included in that first application?
That seems like a legal, is there a question? I don't know. I'm an engineer. I'm not a
Okay,
lawyer.
look, and I apologize if I'm badgering you. I'm just a badgering guy. Having said that, you can present or give no testimony with regard to the original application and the engineering data that was included in that application that is incorporated into this application.
Okay, is that a question?
Yeah, it's a question.
Can you restate the question?
Pardon me?
Can you please restate the question?
I'll restate the question. Now, in the original application, as in all applications, it's filled with engineering data, is it not?
Yes.
And you have no idea what was in that original application that was included in this application.
I reviewed the prior application. I've prepared modified plans, and I've presented those modified plans tonight. I will need to continue to update these plans.
What parts of the original application, as it pertains to engineering data, that you modified, and what parts you did not modify?
So I modified the building footprint, the building layout, the grading, the drainage, the utilities. I've essentially re-engineered the site.
Pardon me?
I have essentially re-engineered.
So then you didn't rely upon anything from the first application?
In my presentation tonight, no.
Okay, let me, if I can, refer to the review letter, which is dated July the 6th of 2026, that was prepared by Neglia, and refer you to page 4 of 8. Do you have that before you?
Yes, I have it.
You have it?
Page 4.
Page 4 of 8. Okay, let me just, if we can, go through this. Now, in preparing an application, you, of course, have to work with the dimensions of the property in question, do you not?
Yes.
Okay. And at the very bottom of that letter, it says the applicant shall provide a calculation breakdown of the proposed lot coverage, not including the existing nursing home. Now, are you aware of the fact that there is a existing nursing home on this site?
I'm not seeing this question in my letter.
What page are you referring to?
Pardon me?
What page?
I'm sorry, it's page 4 of 8. Somebody show it to you?
I have a 9-page letter from DNR.
I'm sorry?
I have a 9-page letter from DNR Consulting.
Okay.
I don't have any other review letters.
Send it to the board. It's dated July the 6th of 2026. Thank you.
I have a copy of the letter you're referring to
You
now.
want to take time to consider it, or? You got to speak into the mic, okay. Do you have it before you?
I have the letter that you're referring to now,
Okay.
yes.
I'm looking at page 4 of 8 of the review letter prepared by Neglia. And he lists the bulk deficiencies that he observes. Now, there is in fact a second building on this site, is there not?
The existing skilled nursing facility.
And it's the intention of the applicant to have that building remain, not to demolish it, correct?
Correct.
Can you give me an approximation of what the square footage of that building is?
Approximately 39,000 square feet.
Pardon me?
Approximately 39,000 square feet.
Okay, so if we're talking in terms of the total floor area row of buildings which are on that site, that 39,000 square feet would be added on to the proposed building, would it not?
For the total FAR, yes.
Okay, fine. Now, once again, where it says maximum floor area ratio, permit required 0.25%, and with regard to just the memory care facility, it's 0.30%. Now, as an engineer, in conjunction with the architect, you could in fact reduce the size of this proposed building so that it meets the 25% maximum permitted.
I'd like to correct something you just said. The 0.30 FAR is the new building plus the existing building.
Pardon me? It's the new building plus the existing building?
Yes. It's the entirety of the 10-acre parcel.
Why does it say then, I'm sorry, why does it say then, on number 5, it excludes the existing nursing home?
I didn't write this letter. I don't know why it says
Wait a
that.
second, okay, look, I understand, but would you agree with me that right now, the letter reads and says what is permitted or required is 25%, and what is proposed is 30%? But what is reflected also in this letter, it says that 30% does not include the existing nursing home. So if we were to look at the total floor area ratio on this site, it would have to be that 30% plus the existing nursing home.
And I'm saying on the record that the 30% FAR, the 0.3, includes the existing nursing home.
Okay, so, you know, mistakes happen. You're saying that Neglia was just simply incorrect in the figures they give.
They may not have understood that that was our calculation.
Now, having said that, you could reduce the size of this proposed facility so that you did satisfy the 25% regardless of what buildings were considered.
Any change to the area would change the calculation.
Pardon me?
Any change to the area would change the calculation.
Okay. Now, looking at, for example, the maximum building height, it says that required or permitted is 40 feet or 2.5 stories. Now, what is proposed is 47 feet. But you could reduce that to 40 feet, could you not?
It is less than 40 feet on the eastern side of the building. It is less than 40 feet on the eastern side of the building.
What about the western side?
The western side is 47 feet.
Don't you have to consider both sides of the apple?
It's the building in its entirety.
Okay. Also, with regard to stories, a portion of this building is 3 stories high when only 2.5 stories is permitted.
I understand.
Now, as I recall your testimony, you also said that with regard to the initial proposed building, you reduced to 3 stories on one portion of the building to 2.5 stories. Well, you could do that on the entire building, could you not?
That's not the proposed application.
I understand, but you could do it, couldn't you?
Could do lots of things, but it's not.
I don't care about that, but if you can reduce one half of a building to 2.5 stories, you can reduce the remaining balance to 2.5 stories, couldn't you?
In theory, you could, but you could also increase it back to 3 stories.
Let me answer this question. When a municipality passes a zoning ordinance, they're relying upon guidance being given to them by the master plan. Is that not correct?
I'm not a professional planner.
Okay.
I think this is heading into planning territory.
I'm a little confused by number 3, which says minimum rear yard setback. What is required or permitted is 60 feet, and what is proposed is 73.96 feet. Pursuant to the zoning ordinance, should that setback be reduced to 60 feet rather than 73.96 feet?
The rear setback requirement is 60 feet. The existing skilled nursing home is less than 60 feet today. I believe the comment is noting that our table refers to it as existing nonconformity and is suggesting that we need to get relief as opposed to calling it an existing nonconformity.
You're saying it's an existing nonconformity, but the entire site is being expanded, is it not? So therefore, that existing nonconformity must be remediated. But you're seeking relief for that?
Yes.
Okay. Also then, you say a maximum building coverage is 15%, and I believe you testified that it has been increased to 17.45%.
17.4%, correct.
Now, does that include the existing building?
Yes, it does.
So when you take the existing building and the new proposed building, it totals coverage of 16.5%.
17.4%.
Pardon me? I'm sorry, 17.45. But you can cure that, could you not, by simply reducing the size of the care facility? That would obviate the necessity of getting a variance.
I'm sorry, I heard another voice.
I'm saying that if you wanted to, with regard to the proposed building, if you reduce the dimensions of it, you could bring the maximum building coverage to within what is permitted by 15%.
Changes to the building would change the coverage, which would
Now,
increase.
lastly, we're talking in terms of maximum lot coverage. What is required or permitted is 30%. Correct?
That's correct.
And you were proposing 43.2%.
That's correct.
Now, does that include the existing building?
I believe it includes the existing building and the existing parking around.
You believe or you know that it does?
I calculated it to include the existing building and the existing parking around it.
Okay. Now, having said that, once again, when you take the 43.2%, if you reduce the size of the proposed building, you can satisfy what the ordinance requires.
Reductions would reduce the number, yes.
Pardon me?
Reductions would reduce the number.
Okay, now, just so we're clear, I mean, a municipality, when it passes an ordinance, it does not simply pick numbers out of the sky, does it?
I don't know. I don't create ordinances. I'm not.
Well, okay, but our zoning ordinance made up of guidance being given to it by the planning board, by the engineers, by the zoning officers and the like, and they are saying to the world at large, this is the way we want buildings to be built within our community. Is
that a question?
Yeah, it is a question.
I agree. There's an ordinance that the municipality sets.
Okay. Now, also, I have just a few more questions. Now, I think it'd be a proper question for the planner, not for you. Just a couple quick questions, perhaps. Now, I'm looking at the settlement agreement, which I would represent to the board that I've just seen for the first time this evening. Were you a participant in the preparation of that document?
I reviewed some of the numbers in the document to make sure they matched my plans.
Pardon me?
I reviewed some of the numbers, the dimensions in the agreement to make sure that they matched my plans.
To make sure they matched on the plan.
They matched the plan.
But they did not match with regard to the ordinances of the community or the zoning ordinance, did they? In other words, you prepared, not you, but the applicant prepared a document which he wanted signed by this board, by the township committee and whatnot, which was contrary to the existing zoning ordinances.
We're asking for relief.
I'm asking that question.
We're asking for relief on certain items.
What?
We're asking for relief on certain items from the zoning.
Well, tell me, please, if you can, as an engineer, when does the township council committee, where do they have the authority to give relief to a zoning question?
That's right. I think this is illegal.
Well, he said they put together a document which granted relief. Fine. I want to know if he knows whether or not there's a provision, wherever it may be, that says that a township council can grant relief to a zoning ordinance. Isn't that the proper function of this board? Pardon me? Are you going to call a planner?
We do not have a planner this evening. We'll rely on the planning testimony from the original application, which requested
I respect
very
that. So
similar
at a later
variances.
date, you're going to call a planner.
Relying on the original application, the testimony by the planner, Paul Phillips, which requested very similar variances.
I apologize. You know, I'm an old man. I can't hear that good.
We are relying on
You're going to call a planner to testify.
We are not.
Listen to me. He's relying on the original application planner.
Oh, just so it's clear in my mind, you're relying on the testimony of the original planner who gave testimony, and this board denied that application.
That's
Thank
correct.
You.
Can I be permitted to cross-examine the architect?
That's fine.
And sir, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I apologize.
Michael Pomerico.
Now I'm hard of hearing.
Michael Pomerico.
Pomerico, Mr. Pomerico. Mr. Pomerico, you testified to... What?
Tell him to step to the board.
Okay, well, when you can. When you testified, you made a comment that you installed certain security devices, or you designed certain security devices within the building that are intended to prevent residents from egress from both their floor and the building itself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you made a statement that according to design, these blockades, if you will prevent the residents from leaving the facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you made the comment that you were familiar with Care One and that Care One was great about it. Isn't that what you said?
Care One utilizes very sophisticated technologies to monitor their patients within their facilities.
Okay. And do you have any data or statistical studies that show Care One is better at preventing residents from egressing the building than any other memory care?
That is outside of my purview.
No. And you're not a behavioral scientist or a psychologist or psychiatrist or mental health specialist.
The only thing that I can tell you is that I've been a healthcare architect for 45 years.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not a behavioral health facility. Behavioral health facilities are identified as an I2 occupancy.
Mm-hmm.
okay? And this is a residential occupancy. Behavioral health facilities are a completely different typology of patient. It's a different typology of care model, and this is not a behavioral health facility in any way, shape, or form.
But you have no data?
It's not identified as such by the state of New
I
Jersey,
understand.
and it's not licensed as
I
such by the
understand
state
that.
of New
And
Jersey.
you've made very clear that assisted living facility does not differentiate between memory care and non-memory care. Is that correct?
The Department of Health and Senior Services in the state of New Jersey follows the 2022 guidelines, section 4.1, which is assisted living facilities under the residential code.
Okay.
It
Do you
is
have
not-
any statistical data that shows Care One is better than any other memory care facility?
I told you already that that's outside of my purview.
Okay, very good. So your opinion that Care One is great about it is a lay opinion.
It may be a lay opinion, but I've worked with Care One for many years, and I've worked with them on developing these models and how these facilities function with these types of neighborhoods and how these patients interact with these neighborhoods and these care models. And in my professional opinion, this model that you see here of using neighborhoods and how they process patients and manage patients within this environment of care is, in my opinion, a superior model to other models that I have seen.
From an architectural point of view,
Yes, sir.
not from a
I am
human
a licensed-
behavior
I am
point
a-
of view.
I am an architect.
What other
I'm not a clinician.
what other entities have you designed buildings for other than Care One that implement these blockades and devices to prevent egress?
Well, I mean, we do all types of healthcare facilities all over. We do skilled nursing
Well,
facilities.
specifically
behavioral health
regarding people who
facilities.
have memory care deficits, what other entities have you designed buildings for?
The only healthcare client that I work with in the assisted living space is Care One.
Care One.
Mhm.
Okay, very good.
But
So you have nothing to compare
I have
your
studied-
statement
No,
that Care One is great at it to any other
You're
entity.
intruding into my ability
That's all
to
the
be able to
questions I have,
respond to
Mr.
your
Chairman.
question.
That's all the questions I have.
Just really quickly on redirect, just to clarify, Mr. Palmerico, when you say neighborhood, you're talking about the common space within the building.
No, the neighborhoods are the areas within the building where the resident rooms are. So.
But we're not talking about outside the
The patients reside in their neighborhoods, and that is a access-controlled area within the building.
Thank you.
I have a.
Yeah, go ahead. You're allowed to cross-examine.
I want to just, if I can, reflect on a comment, so I want clarification from the attorney for the applicant. Is it your representation to this board that you did not intend to call a professional planner to give testimony before this board with regard to this application?
It's my intention not to call a professional planner tonight, but it's my intention not to call a professional planner for this evening. But we are relying on professional planning testimony from the original application, which had very similar variances.
Do you intend
We're
to
proposing
call-
less intense variances.
Do you intend to call a professional planner to present testimony before this board?
We've already called a professional planner for this
Okay, if you're not going to call a professional planner, who then could I cross-examine with regard to the planning testimony of a hearing that took place 6 years ago with a different use?
It's a similar use, and you already had the opportunity to cross-examine our planner at that point.
Who is your professional planner to say that the uses are similar?
We need to get past this because you keep drilling down on this. This is the exact same use. It's the exact same use. There's no different. I've already testified.
Can we let the witness answer the question, please?
I've already testified that this is licensed as an assisted living facility, which is the exact same license as the original facility.
Wait a second.
There's no
Let me
change
ask you,
in use.
Did you read the review letter from the board professional, Neglia? Did you read that letter?
No, I did not.
Didn't read it, but yet
I
you're
don't have that.
prepared to give testimony and comment with regard to that. Now, he said on page 7 of 8 The applicant shall provide testimony addressing the proposed D1, D4, D6, and C variances as illustrated in this review letter. You are not qualified to give testimony with regard to that, are you?
I am qualified to give
No, wait
testimony.
Answer the question.
I am trying to answer.
You're not a professional. Are you a professional planner?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to.
He's not a professional
This is not unproductive.
No, I really, no, I don't want to say really and truly. Here's a letter from your professional. It's telling you they have to provide testimony as to this application, not as to an application that took place 6 years ago with a different use. Also, let's go down further. Applicants' professionals shall provide testimony addressing positive criteria. They may show that the proposed use promotes the general welfare or that the specific site is uniquely qualified. He's saying to you, I'm going to rely upon testimony going back 6 years, which, by the way, was denied by this board.
Sir, do you have questions for this witness?
Do you acknowledge the fact that you are not qualified to give testimony with regard to the planning criteria or the satisfaction of zoning ordinances as to planning? You're not, are you?
I am not a professional planner.
Well, then fine.
You
No
already
further
know
questions.
that.
You have any?
No further questions.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Palmerico.
You can open up to the public then.
All right, so we're now going to open up to the public. You may just go the parameters to the.
Yeah, so everyone will have 5 minutes to speak. The comments should be limited to the settlement agreement, to the final site plan. I'll say, as we've all repeatedly heard, please speak loudly, clearly into the microphone so we can get it. You're going to be asked to be you're going to be sworn in. We're going to ask that you state your name and address for the record.
Presenting to each witness a copy of the settlement agreement so they can refer to it, since no copy has ever been provided to any of these individuals prior to right now.
Thank you.
Also, I'm sorry, point of order, I just want to clarify that each member of the public who's going to be speaking or asking questions is not represented by counsel. Just want to make that clear.
That's fine.
No, I want to make that clear, that you're not having your clients ask questions.
No, I'm not his or the other attorney's client.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you state your name and address for the record?
Pat Carroll, 85 King Street, Edison, New Jersey, 08820.
Here, proceed.
So we are within the affected rate. We did receive a notice. It was a holiday weekend, so we didn't receive that notice right away. We were provided very little time to get ready for this. This is my first time ever seeing the settlement agreement. I would also like to officially request copies of the drawings be sent to the public so that we can understand what's being proposed right behind our houses. My address, if you look at it on Google Maps, backs up directly to the nursing home's property. I'm currently bothered almost every single day by loud noises at their facility. And by building a larger facility, these noises are only going to get louder. Their current generator on site is already a noise disturbance for the entire block. And I understand that this was addressed for Lewis Court, but nothing has been addressed for King Street. And it appears that they're planning to move the generator closer to King Street. So I would like to also request a sound report, and I would like that sound report to be committed on site so that it can deal with real field conditions, such as, you know, the barriers that this generator is going to be facing, and not just the perfect scenarios inside of the manufacturer's warehouse or something like that. I think we should also have new safety and traffic plans drawn up because, as was discussed, all this information is being based on information that was given to you guys 6 years ago. Those traffic patterns have changed drastically, and traffic has gotten worse, not better, in our neighborhood. Another thing I wanted the nursing home to consider as well is the potential cost impact. I'm not sure, I haven't seen any drawings that show there is a golf course that's right across the street, which would lead to potential harm to your patients should a golf ball go through the window. Are there any reinforced windows or any sort of netting or anything that's being proposed in order to protect your patients from such health hazards? And another thing before I wrap this up, I have a feeling there will be another meeting and I'll be able to address more points then. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time today. It's already past 10 o'clock and a lot of people deserve to get home. I did reach out to one of our council members for Edison, who was able to reach out to the assemblyman, and one of the public members here was also able to reach out to the assemblyman, who you might have seen earlier in the room, Robert Karabinchuk. He had to leave because he had other professional matters and wasn't able to address this, but he's fought this case in the past and is willing to continue fighting on our behalf. Also, I spoke with Bill Jenkins, who is the assistant head of schooling for Waldorf Hartridge. They have not received any sort of notice that this proceeding has begun again, and they are completely against this. They told me I have the right to speak on their behalf at tonight's meeting, but the school does not have anybody that they could send here. But they would request to be present at the next meeting so that they can address all of their concerns with the Care One facility, not just with this expansion, but with other current problems that they're experiencing with their facilities. And last thing I'll end this with is the land that they're proposing to build this on. This is a map from FEMA. I can provide it to the board. It's all protected wetlands that surround the nursing home. So I'd like to understand how these civil drawings are not going to impact the protected wetlands that the existing facility is already established on. And it should also violate EPA standards that were recently passed not long ago, building on wetlands. I'll end with that. Thank you, and I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you very much. Next member of the public.
Mr. Chairman.
Next member of the public, please.
Mr. Chairman, I want to apologize, but I'm looking at this document, and it's called a settlement agreement, and it calls for the signature of members of this board as well, or whatever it may be. How does, let me just take one step back before I put my foot in my mouth. Where's the settlement agreement? I should have raised this in the very beginning, but my question is, I'm looking at this settlement agreement. Was this settlement agreement reviewed by and agreed upon by the zoning board prior to this hearing this evening?
This
And if so, how can you, in fairness to my clients, sit in judgment of what they're proposing? I mean, think about it.
Sir, you're questioning the concept of a Whispering Woods, which
Well,
is...
I'm
No, excuse me,
raising
you
it
spoke,
as-
let me answer your question.
Raising it as a concept.
Let me answer your question, please. You're questioning the concept of Whispering Woods. What a Whispering Woods does is allows us to tentatively negotiate the parameters of a settlement agreement. Nothing has been agreed upon formally. It's an understanding between essentially counsel with the consultation guidance of our clients. This settlement agreement and the terms and the proposals for what the applicant is seeking to do come before this board as part of this hearing. Nothing has been signed yet because it all depends on whether or not the board approves or rejects approves or rejects the settlement. So it has not been signed. It will not be signed unless the board approves the.
Having said that, and I want to speak respectfully because I've been doing this for a long time, and that's why we have courts and that's why we have hearings. This zoning board 6 years ago denied an application that they're relying upon. Okay, and that was based upon, and there was no prerogative writ suit that was filed by the applicant. If there was one filed, then this board would have had to defend their action, and the objectors would have been able to participate in that prerogative writ suit. That was not done. So now, 6 years later, we're asking this board to enter into negotiations to basically settle this case. And I think that everybody acted perhaps innocently in this matter. But I'm respectfully stating to you, I think it's highly improper. And I think that it should be rethought.
Thank
you. I can assure you that if, in fact, I receive an adverse decision from this board, that will all be a part of a prerogative writ suit, which I will file.
Thank you. We're up to the next.
My name is Parthiv Shah. I am living at 74 King Street.
Sorry, I just need to swear and swear in.
I swear.
You swear, I gotta say for the record, otherwise for the prerogative writ suit,
For
will
the
be
record.
challenged. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
Yes.
And now could you state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Thank you to the board, and I appreciate everyone here. My name is Parthiv Shah, and I live on 74 King Street. But before I give a testimony, there are a number of young ladies here. As you can see, it's past their bedtime. They wanted to say a few words. So would you allow for them to say, they'll come up, they'll swear, and they'll state their names and state their.
We have no objection to that.
Perfect, thank you.
But you're on the clock, sir, so if you want to state your case this way, we don't
Yeah,
throw your
okay,
clock
so
off.
that's fine. And then, okay, so I'm not a lawyer, but a quick examination of some of the things that I was listening in on what the various professionals were talking about. And I just want to respectfully disagree of the validity of this hearing, because under New Jersey case law, a Whispering Woods settlement hearing requires a dedicated standalone agenda to ensure a clear public awareness and focused deliberation. Mixing this massive zoning meeting shifts with unrelated municipal businesses, which we were just, the first 2 hours of our meeting today was with another entity, and that, I believe, is unfair to the people here and what we're trying to achieve. The next thing I wanted to discuss here is that perhaps the board needs to, the board has possibly no legal authority to settle this matter because the underlying lawsuit and jurisdiction under New Jersey court law, the developer has 45 days to challenge the board's original decision. Waiting approximately 3 years means their legal claims are completely time barred. The board should consider not reviewing any of this, and legally the matters that the developer is putting together is invalid. It expired. The lawsuit is doing this is like something of a backdoor and bypasses local zoning ordinance. Another thing I wanted to discuss here the public due process rights have fundamentally been violated tonight. The proposed settlement agreement was never made available for the public inspection prior to this meeting. Even these various gentlemen here to my right had just got the documents in front of them. No one got a chance to really prepare the settlement or see the settlement. I think that is absolutely unfair. And I want to state that for the public. Prior to this meeting, we are being asked to comment on a rushed secret agreement without being given the statutory time to review the text, consult with our experts, formulate a meaningful questions. I request immediately to postpone this vote until a full settlement documents are made public for at least a minimum of 14 days. And now I would like to, thank you for listening to me. I would like to ask the young ladies to go ahead and say a few words.
Do I have to swear? I don't? Okay. Okay, my name is Sayori Shah, and I live on 74 King Street. We are focusing on how the expansion of the settlement directly threatens public safety, which is a core duty of the zoning board to protect. All right. My name is Samara Tube, and I live on 26 Morning Glory Lane in Edison. And we think this is a real concern because we're worried about the pedestrian safety and the safety of children, especially us and many of our friends, as we're always biking in the King Street neighborhood and in that area. And it already has quite windy and narrow roadways. And another example of this is one of our friends who actually got hit by a car and got involved in a car accident in Edison. So we're worried about our safety while we bike and the safety of all of our peers.
Hi, my name's Anvi Patil. I live at 5 Foley Avenue, and I'm an upcoming 9th grader at John J.P. Stevens High School. Because of how Inman is built, there's not a lot of sidewalks for us and many other children to walk, which is like a big safety hazard in my opinion because, well, we're walking alongside vehicles, and it's a burden on us, and it just makes us feel unsafe while we're trying to get around our town.
My name is Samira Sabita, and I live at 160 Westgate Drive, and I'm an upcoming 9th grader at East Brunswick Magnet School. I think safety should come before development because as teens, we often use our bikes or walk around as our form of transportation, and I think having a commercial expansion would take away what we have and how we use.
Sorry, please
yeah?
speak into the mic as best as you can.
Yeah. Children like us, we are exploring our community and foreshadowing potential accidents and this foreshadows potential accidents and tragedies.
Good evening. My name is Anya Siali, and I'm going to 8th grade at John Adams Middle School, and I live on 97 King Street. I'd like to start off by saying this construction project would be almost directly in my backyard, posing a significant risk to young children, basically me and my friends, who frequently play there. The building would be directly seen from my brother's bedroom window and would be a huge distraction. If it were to proceed, it would not only endanger the safety of us kids, but also disrupt the peaceful residential environment, ultimately making it a loud area that is not ideal for children of any age. Furthermore, this is a zoned residential lot, which was a major consideration for my family and many others when moving here or into this area. Moreover, construction such as a large hospital compromises the public safety of the property, the entire neighborhood, and its residents. Essentially, I strongly believe that this construction project is a recipe for disaster in such an active and child-friendly area. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ravina Panjiar. I'm going to be a 7th grader at John Adams Middle School, and I live on 101 King Street. This project is very close to my house. So while younger children do play in the area, a lot of people pass by on walks, like me, and the area is like primarily used by pedestrians. So occupying the area with a building will not provide a space for people who walk like me. I think that this area is a good place for people like me to go by and pass by. So using that area and filling it up would not be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next member of the public. Next member of the public wants to be heard.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
Yes.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Ankit Majmudar, 89 King Street. Yeah. Ankit Majmudar, 89 King Street. So I moved into this neighborhood last year, and we fell in love with wonderful neighbors. We saw children running around, taking school bus, and this is the kind of neighborhood we really wanted our son to grow up. And he goes to JAMS. He's going to be going to the 7th grade. So today I'm here. I cut short my vacation because I got this notice on July 1st that there is a hearing, there's a big construction project, and we have great neighbors who told me about that just a few days ago. So I'm here to raise awareness. My backyard faces directly to caravan facility. So some of the scenarios that you are hearing today, it's a reality for me, right? I'd see there were two trees that fell down, right? The gentleman, you mentioned the landscape is up to date, but it's not. 2 trees fell down. I can see the vehicle movement. I can see the dump truck making noises. I can see all the workers working on the backyard. And when I reached out to Care 1, hey, there is an issue. The response I got, this was again without me knowing any of this going on, that we are going to take care of in future. We are not going to do anything about this right now. So that's a concern that if you have a corporation doing a business already, not considering a residential request, that there is a trouble, right? So that's the one nuance. The other concern I have is the whole process to me looks a little bit lack of transparency, right? Just few days, no details. I'm hearing that Request for planner is being denied that is already done 6 years ago. I just moved in last year. I want to hear from planner. Why are we not bringing planners on site for this hearing? It's supposed to be a transparent process, right? So that being said, I think it's a reasonable request to the board, who has been doing this for years. Give us more time. We want to hear more from both sides. We want to see all the documents, right? I think it's unreasonable to just vote today and have a decision. So that's our request. Also, the facility was probably built 25 years ago. The last case was 6 years ago where it was denied. The reality today is different. Imam Road is busier than ever. Today, if you go to the school in the morning or rush hours, you will see it's not the same road probably it was 6 years ago. The flood waters, traffic, concerns from the kids, right? Concerns from the new neighbors who are hearing this for the first time, I think it needs to be addressed. And I have full faith in the board that they will do the right thing, give us more time to understand this better, and take this forward. So thank you.
Could you, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in your testimony here tonight?
Yeah, I swear. I'm Rajiv Panjiar. I'm resident of 101 King Street, right behind the Care 1 facility. Like many things have been said, so I would not repeat that. And I would say I'm a software engineer by profession, but I'm a dad of 2 kids. I have to drop my kid every day. Like one is in high school, another one is in like middle school. Like the traffic pattern has changed a lot. Today, the road near where the Care 1 facility is way too thin. Like when you are coming back, you can't reach home to drop your another child. There's not enough time. Like, so it's already so bad. If such a big facility is coming in, it will make it so worse that it will be blocked all the way up to Martin Luther King School. It will be really bad. Like the nearest big facility on Inman Avenue is the shopping area, which is now like the Stop and Shop, which is closed. The width of the road there is way too big. This area is like way too thin. Like it's barely, if there are like 2 cars, they can get stuck. Like this is, and all the time the trees are falling. This is like having something like 3 times bigger than what is there today will make the traffic pattern way too worst. That's what I would like to add up.
Thank you very much. Next member of the public. Folks, as we said in the ground rules, we don't allow any applause, booing, of interrupting of anyone. When the kids came up, they were a totally different story, but let's just be adults. Just keep the proceedings civil. Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir. Our attorney is swearing.
Do you swear from the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Sanjay Amin. I live on 1368 Inman Avenue. Right facing I live right facing the Inman Avenue where the whole traffic line basically gets queued up every morning. So I was part of this whole proceeding 5 years back, and I attended each and every meeting. One thing I'll tell you, the Inman Avenue 5 years back, it hasn't gotten 1 inch bigger. And the queue of all the cars which gets queued up, which is probably goes way beyond the Care 1 facility, right? That hasn't basically decreased at all, right? Only thing which has basically changed is the people who are sitting in front of you. Our problem has remained same, our ask has remained same, and the desire for Care 1 to make more money basically that aspiration goes beyond the limit. That, if I remember correctly, this used to be the 90,000 square feet facility. They basically, Mr. Architect said, oh, we have significantly reduced the building. They have, how could they reduce the building from 90,000? How could they reduce the size of the building significantly if the size, square foot, goes from 90 to 95,000 feet? I think I may not have been good in the math, but at least I know that 95,000 square feet is bigger than 90,000 square feet. So whatever these people are saying, it is just for them, it's just that they'll go home. You all will go home, and all these people have a generator humming like a massive machine, which is going to basically kill their sleep at night. 114 people bed, only the exhaust from the kitchen will basically wake you up. Forget about the generator. So I really want you to think, you all are going to go home, think about how it would feel to all these people, excuse me, when we go home. So, and I'm right next, I'm right right next door neighbor to them. And I know how this caravan, I'm not basically blaming you all, but there are at least 4 or 5 times a year I go to them and tell them that, hey, there are so many dead trees, please cut. Nobody even care to come. Now I'll give you another example. So now they are building 200 car facility. Now their employee comes 7 o'clock in the morning. So they, in the snowy days, they really have to make sure that they start cleaning that whole parking lot 5 o'clock in the morning. Now I know precisely how those snow thrower comes and basically hit the ground, because I hear them every snow day, 5 o'clock in the morning. And with this 200 car garage, it is going to become nightmare for each and every neighbor in that facility. So please think about this thing. And I know what basically behind the road settlement you guys have done it, but think about all these people sitting here. And there are so many people who wanted to come here, but the way this whole thing was planned, they basically sent a notice on 26. Majority of the people were actually outside. And when we are coordinating, there are certain people in Washington, certain people in Dallas. We were coordinating over the phone, and they basically cut their plan to basically be here. And there are at least 20 other people who could not make it today, just because they basically planned it in such a way that let's plan it around the 4th of July weekend. So we have a least amount of people who basically will come, and they will have an easy way to basically get through it. So please be a human being, and just think of a human being and think of a family person living in this area. I'm not making any emotional speech. I just want you to be fair to all this Edison Township. Thank you.
You swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth? Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Speak into the mic and loudly, please.
Hold on, sir. I think the microphone may not be working. Frank, you just want to check that one?
Hello, is it better?
There you go.
Okay. So there are 2 ways we can go to our offices or drop our kids. One is Inman Avenue, the other one is Woodland Avenue. There is already construction going on. There is a big community coming, so the traffic is worse that side. And Inman Avenue also with this construction is going to go worse. As Rajiv said, right now, when there is a peak hour, it takes approximately 5 to 20 minutes. There are 10 to 50 cars in queue that we have to cross. And with this facility, it's going to go worse even more. I have my 5-year-old son who I drop almost every day, and there is no pedestrian traffic. The road is really narrow, and it's unsafe for the kids as well. You have heard the other kids also talk about that. That's all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next member of the public.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
I swear.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Viresh Desai. I'm the resident of 87 King Street. So I live right so the CAD facility is on my backyard. Every morning around 6 o'clock, the truck comes, the generator sound, I do wake up. I just moved into the neighborhood like 1.5 years back. Just because of the backyard is so beautiful, it's a luscious green tree. But the sound of this generator, the sound of the truck always wakes me up. So today while I was listening and making notes, all I could hear was that there is a revised plan, there is a revised plan. And all I could understood was they have taken the problem of the east side and they are moving everything to the west side. So there is no plan, right? That's what I understood. What I see is that, after a few years when I'll wake up, I'll have this 33-floor building. There would be a much more bigger generator. There would be truck sound coming around, right? So, and this is not what I expected, when I moved into this amazing place. So my request to you guys is, one is give us more time, right? Do take a look at, there is no transparency that was offered to us. And this whole challenge of moving everything to west side, they are still saying that we'll have a 3-story building on the west side. So nothing has changed for the west side. So they went back, they came back on the drawing board, and all they did was they took the issues on the east side and they're pushing it on the west side. So I'll request the board to take a look at this, think more from a resident point of view, right? And that would be it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next member of the public.
Hello, my name is Rafpreet Siali from 97 King Street.
You swear from the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
I do.
Okay, you can continue. Thank you.
So my primary objection is really to the use variance itself, that to keep it designated as residential and not put a commercial flag on it. The next is the height of the structure, as it was also mentioned by a couple of my neighbors. The adjustment of just one side is not something that should be accounted for a significant adjustment to the overall plan that is being proposed. In the previous hearings, the height of this structure was almost a standing objection that was resonated on most of the board members during the vote. Such a minor change of the facade to make it look like they're actually doing something about it should clearly be discounted. The height was for the whole structure. Any point of the structure exceeding the height is a violation of the ordinance. On the safety side, this is something which is very close to my heart because I have 2 kids. And to state the obvious, people with severe memory loss are known to get disoriented and violent. There have been plenty of incidents where patients have wandered off premises and either caused harm to themselves or to others around them. While the applicant has displayed certain security measures in their architect and the discussions and exhibits that they've shared, approving this plan basically is putting the residents within few feet of this danger. Based on this, I just want to have a quick question to the applicant, or if anybody has an answer to this. What happens if there's a fire in the building? Where do those patients go when they are put out of harm's way? What security measures are you going to have that all of the patients that are now circulating around the property are not going to cause any harm to my kids or me? I have absolutely no assurances that there will be enough security measures in place within the time that it takes within an evacuation where the emergency personnel is probably looking at containing the fire or the emergency itself, where there could be another one happening right under their nose. And that is putting me at harm's way. I do not accept that. The last thing, which is probably much more minor than this, is the light and sound nuisance that this poses. This will become a 24/7 operation. And a 3-story. I live on King Street. King Street should also be given the first-class citizen treatment that you gave to the east side. Lewis Court is not the only one facing this. Inman Avenue will still see 3 stories. King Street will still see 3 stories. The height alone goes over and beyond what I can see from my building. The highest point from my house, I will be able to see just a building in front of me. And that completely changes the landscape that I bought in. This is my current view, and my house is actually shown in one of the exhibits that was presented earlier. My view changes from a green landscape to a hospital in front of me. And that just completely changes the quality of life. There's so many reasons, so many more reasons that my neighbors have also brought up, and I completely agree with them. But I strongly suggest that you reject this proposal and at its merit. We had a good run 8 years back. I really would expect the same outcome of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next resident wanting to be heard.
Do you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
I do.
Say your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Neil Jareth. I live at 1 Lewis Court in Edison, New Jersey. 08820. So.
To the mic, thank you.
So it's been established that this is a residential area and this project will negatively impact all the surrounding neighbors and the quality of life. We obviously need a copy of all the documents that were discussed. So I'd appreciate if we could get copies of the documents, the drawings, and you know, keep in mind that this is a 9-year-old case, and others have already said that a lot of things change in 9 years. And if things haven't been, recent traffic studies, et cetera, haven't been conducted, I don't think this board would accept a 9-year-old out-of-date results. So that's something to consider. So we also need a comparison from the original design to the revised design. We need to make sure that the applicant has reintroduced the revised projects with all of the expert testimony. As has been stated tonight, not all the experts were here. I know that they were relying on previous testimony, but you know, there are aspects to this that need to be heard. There should be no variance granted for this project, and we need to make sure that this traffic study is, as I said, is current. Again, it's 9 years old. If a traffic light is needed, then the applicant must pay for it. The applicant must meet all the current, all of current day laws in Edison County, state, all regulations by the state, the DEP, the EPA, DOH. And must meet all current stormwater management laws, have, and the applicant hasn't testified as to why this will help Edison and all of its neighbors. We've heard some of the testimony of the security that they're planning for this facility, but as some of my neighbors have said, you know, a plan is great until something goes wrong and everything goes out the window. So if there's a fire or something, as was mentioned by the previous neighbor, that what's going to happen to the rest of us? What protections are provided for safety fences, et cetera? What kind of monitoring, gate entrance, et cetera? I really haven't heard too much about that in the applicant's testimony. And you know, the sound testing has to be done with regards to the applicant's proposal. During various times, you know, as has been said many times already, I don't want to repeat too much, but these sounds are going to be there forever. Everybody here else gets to go home. We live there. We're stuck with the results. We have to live through it. And once these things are done, they're not going to change. I mean, so we're stuck with what happens. We have to live with it. I ask that the zoning board not vote on this application tonight, so we'll have adequate time to review all the documents. That this should have been offered to all the residents, and rather than sneaked in and tried to hoodwink us by pushing this through without giving us a chance to review anything. 3 business days. That's it. That's all we were given. And as has been said, many of our neighbors are away on vacation because of July 4th, and some came back early. They shouldn't have had to do that. Others are still away, and they won't have the opportunity to testify if today's the last day and the decision is going to be made. There should be consideration for the conditions, and even if this project or a proposed expansion goes through, there must be significant curtailment of what they can do, and restrictions and oversight, because we're stuck with the results.
Thank you very much. Next member of the public, please.
Thank you.
Do you swear from the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name and address for the record,
I'm
please?
Susan Dillon. I live on 90 King Street. I lived there all my life, 71 years. And this building shouldn't even be put up. In the 70s, they had a big fire in Birchwood. They took the oxygen tanks down, and then they took the people out. They were all over the lawn. They used our water. They had to get our water from King Street to put out the fire. And then you have Martin Luther King there. They have autistic kids. They have a few that ran out. It's dangerous. You have another school there. It's just dangerous. It doesn't belong on Inman Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next member of the public wanting to speak.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Kevin Dillon. Mike, is Mike good? Everybody can hear me?
Speak to the mic, please.
Yeah, is it good now?
There you go.
Yes, it's good now.
Thanks, man. Should get a new microphone amplifier. Good evening. My name is Kevin Dillon. I live on King Street, directly behind the Care One facility. I lived on that street for 37 years. My mom, who just spoke, has lived there since 1955. We've seen a lot of changes in this neighborhood over the years, some good, some bad. Given that history, I could tell you with confidence that this facility will have serious negative consequences for our street, especially when it comes to safety. Over the past decade, the biggest problem has been massive increases in traffic and the danger it brings to the intersections around our street. I think the town recently acknowledged this when they approved the lights at Tingley and Rawway. That may have been Scotch Plains, but nothing has been done for Inman and Old Raritan. That intersection is extremely dangerous. 10 to 15% of the time when I drive past West 9 towards my street, I have to slam on my brakes for someone coming off Inman, ignoring the stop sign or assuming I'm turning right. The added traffic from this facility, its employees, deliveries, ambulances, etc., will only make this worse. And if there is an accident, will emergency vehicles even be able to reach the intersection? I believe that with more traffic, it becomes more likely it happens again. So I'll ask directly, have Care One's engineers completed any new independent traffic studies for Inman and the affected intersections since the previous ones? Or has the town evaluated the risk of Inman and Old Raritan specifically? Every day during the school year, I watch kids trying to cross Inman while cars fly by, dodging drivers who pull around backed up traffic and drive down the shoulder, while others make dangerous left turns through the crosswalk. And people walk up Inman around blind curves near the current facility with no sidewalks at all. Teenagers on e-bikes and scooters, they're zipping around. It's dangerous even without this expansion. And while I focused on mostly safety here, the concerns are environmental too. Just the other day during the storm, I spent multiple days listening to Care One generator rumbling behind my house. Now there will be 2 generators or a louder generator. Will they be bigger generators or what? And then there's also the runoff stream behind the houses at the end of our street. I've personally seen that flood into people's backyards. I don't know how the paving will affect the runoff water, if it will also go down there or be handled some other way. I'm all for companies expanding, and I understand the need for more elder care, but this location isn't it. It's dangerous, it's disruptive, and it doesn't solve any of the problems on this side of Edison. It only makes them worse. In 37 years on King Street, this is the first time I felt the need to show up to one of these meetings. That should tell you how bad I think this will be for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next member of the public wanting to be heard. No, there's someone, but
there's someone else.
Hang on a second, there's someone.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
Yeah, I do.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Sunil Bhandari. I live in 95 King Street. So apart from all the things other people said about traffic, I just want to say one more thing. They are bad neighbors. My backyard touches their backyard. The trees in their yards, are not maintained. They have been fallen. I see them fallen trees for years. They just did some cleaning a few weeks back. Now I know why. Right, so I don't think Edison should allow people to convert their single-family homes to commercial properties. This will set a bad precedent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public wanting to be heard? Let's call anyone from the public wanting to be heard. Please approach.
Leahy, for the record, in summation for my client.
Mr. Leahy, if you just bring the microphone up a little bit.
Sorry, Richard Leahy,
Thank you.
Seagirt, New Jersey. In summation, on behalf of my client, I'm not going to repeat the argument for jurisdiction and insufficient notice, only to say that the worst consequence of the what we are considering insufficient notice is we don't have the ability to call our own expert at this extremely constricted notice time, which was can only be conceived as by design. I graduated law school in 1988, and in 1986, I worked for a firm called Massell & Massell, who were counsel on Whispering Woods, and I helped write the brief. This settlement agreement and this proceeding is the worst perversion of the ruling in that case I have ever experienced. To allow a settlement agreement to dictate how this board operates, down to how long a person can speak, the fact that you have to make a decision tonight is unconscionable. Unconscionable. That's not what Whispering Woods stands for. You cannot zone for fear of litigation. I understand you're under marching orders. I understand the township is paying an enormous amount of money to the applicant for some reason other than the fact that they were denied their approvals 6 years ago. But you're an independent board and you have an independent moral obligation to do what's right for the township of Edison. So please do that. Thank you very much.
I want to thank you for your attention. Let me just first say that the settlement agreement that you have before you, this is an unexecuted document. It's not executed, it is not signed, and we are here today for you to independently assess what is before you.
Sir, please.
Part closer yet? Maybe I'll, okay. I would also, as my colleague has done, incorporated the portions of the prior hearing when this matter was voted upon. I will do likewise, and I would like to have marked into evidence the transcript of the prior hearing. Also, at the prior hearing, I did present witnesses who testified as expert planners, and I want to specifically incorporate their testimony as well. Nobody has the authority to simply arbitrarily decide a case such as this. I respect board members. I've appeared before board members throughout the state, and I'm asking this board to respectfully, if you were present at the prior hearing 5 or 6 years ago, jog your memory, think about it, and remember this: the testimony that was given by my experts 6 or 7 years ago was adopted before this board. Council has repeatedly said to you he is incorporating what was presented to the board 6 or 7 years ago. Well, guess what? You denied that application then, after hearing everything. After listening to his witness, after listening to his experts, you denied the application. And what they're saying to you today, this is a modification of the earlier application that you denied. Having said that, how could you possibly approve this? Now, I know that oftentimes people look for compromise, and seemingly there was a document prepared that was a compromise of some sort, which my client did not have the opportunity to participate in. When I listened to my representatives and listened to the community, I understand now how this country works. We're here to listen to these people. You've listened to them. And I would urge you to search your conscience and deny this application. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that wants to be heard, sir? Please approach. You can have a seat, Mr. Gazarovski. Come on. Thank you, Mr. Leahy.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth?
I do.
Okay, can you state your name and address to the record, please?
Sahil Shah, 78 King Street, Edison.
And Mr. Shaw, you can bring that microphone up just so you're comfortable. There you go, sir.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. I just want to say I opposed to the project. I think it's, especially being near schools and other facilities, it will just not only bring down the value of the houses, but also will just make it more chaotic at those intersection areas as well as the schools. I've been working in schools for 15 years. I work with autistic students and students with difficulties. I just think that bringing this project will bring everything else down, so I oppose the project.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public wanting to be heard? Last call. Okay. Can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close the public portion?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Schneider, seconded by Mr. Patel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public portion is now closed. There was a question that did come up during one of the attorneys. Ms. Knight, from your review, one of the attorneys had raised the issue that the applicant did not present planning a testimony as a professional planner, and given that you had given a report on it, would you mind just to shed your opinion on this? Sorry to put you on the hot seat at 11 o'clock at night.
It's okay. So in my professional opinion, I was not given the testimony from the previous hearing that was provided by the previous planner. So when I produced my letter, I did not include any of that information because I didn't know what was put on the record at that time. And I know Mr. Carley and I both received all of the information late last week for this application. So I think that also presented a bit of a difficulty in, drafting the letters and making sure we had all of the information at our disposal to be able to contribute to that. So a lot of my comments were meant in terms of clarification or needing additional information. So had I had the testimony to review, it would have probably assisted with clarification, especially determining the D-variance criteria.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Flannery, or?
Yes, I have a few things to comment on. I want to turn it over first, though, to Bruce Nagel, who's attorney representing the applicant in the litigation. There were some questions during the course of the hearing regarding the nature of the litigation, and just want to have Mr. Nagel just briefly summarize litigation for the benefit of the board and the public.
Thank you, everybody. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for your patience tonight and listening to our presentation and the objectors. What I'd like to do is very briefly put in context all of the discussion tonight and the issues, and put a legal framework on what we're doing tonight. And in a significant way, I want to educate the objectors and the public about why it is so important, in our view, to adopt the settlement agreement and grant the Whispering Woods application. Okay. So the starting point is, what is it that we're settling? And how did we arrive at the point of the settlement agreement? So number one, what hasn't been mentioned today is what happened in federal court approximately 2 years ago. And what happened.
What is the purpose of this?
If you don't mind, I'd like to outline where I'm going.
He's giving his closing statement. He's allowed to they're allowed to speak.
I'm doing this in broad terms, and I'm happy to answer questions as soon as I'm done. So what happened in federal court is, after the initial zoning application was denied approximately 6 years ago, there was 2 separate lawsuits filed. One, a state court action, and 2, a federal action. In the federal action, the argument was made that what the board did approximately 6 years ago in denying the zoning application, that act was illegal. And the federal judge, in a long, detailed opinion, ruled in March of 2024, approximately 2 years ago, that the denial of the initial zoning application violated federal laws and discriminated against elderly people and disabled people. Now, that is the framework that we have to live with. That's a ruling of the federal court that stands today. It was never vacated. It was never appealed. So now what did we do in response to that? We have been reporting to the federal court for the last several years, and my firm has been litigation counsel in the case, and we have reported to the federal court for the last several years, almost on a monthly basis over the last year, that we all want to resolve the case. And what did we do to resolve the case? We came down here with our team of experts, and we met with the professionals of the town, and we met with council, and we listened to what the town wanted to be done. And we accommodated that. We met time after time. We spent hundreds of hours accommodating what the town wanted by way of design, by way of height, by way of setbacks, on and on and on. And all of those accommodations and compromises in the settlement process were set forth in the notice of public hearing. So when I've heard council get up and say, we didn't know what this is about, please, in the notice of public hearing that was approved by the town before it was sent out, drafted by council, Mr. Flannery, with approval of the town, we set forth the listing of the material terms of what is here today. And we reached a compromise over the course of a year. And even as late as this afternoon, with Mr. Salmon's very important input, we worked on getting the terms of this agreement resolved. And I compliment Mr. Salmon, and I compliment council before, Ms. Bhavini Shah, because they acted with utmost concern for the town and in the most professional possible way. And we worked together to get this settlement done. And it's done, and it's before you, before the board, Mr. Chairman of the board, for a vote, hopefully tonight. Now, we are hopeful that you will find good reason to adopt the settlement. And I preface what I'm about to say to advise the court, advise the board, Mr. Chairman of the board, that we do not want the alternative. We are here to get the settlement done. But I need to be real. And if the board does not accept the settlement, I need to outline for the objectors and council what the alternative is. And I need to make it factually clear. The alternative is we will be forced to try the case. And as Mr. Salmons will tell you, because he's been on those calls with the magistrate, we are under a real difficult timeline. We have to check in virtually on a monthly basis and let the court know where we stand, because this case is now 6 years old. And if we try the case, the applicant is starting with a ruling of the federal court that the prior board violated the law. And I'm going to have to put proofs in of damages. And those proofs will be about $40 million. I don't want to do that. My client does not want to do that. We want to build the project. But if the settlement is rejected, we have no choice but to try the case. And the jury's going to be, it's a jury trial. The jury's going to be instructed that the federal court has already ruled that you violated the law by denying the last application 6 years ago. And I'm going to be able to put in proofs of approximately $40 million in damages. I don't want to do that. I don't want to put this town in a situation where it affects the budget or requires a bond or requires increased taxes. That's the last thing we want. We want the settlement. And we walked away from that claim to make the settlement. The only thing that we negotiated, and I want to make it very clear, we negotiated a payment by the insurance carrier, not a dime out of your pocket, to reimburse my client for 6 years of litigation following the improper denial many years ago. That's the only thing we negotiated. And that will not be paid until the project is started. So we're not getting money outright. That money is going to be held in escrow for many years, potentially for many years, until the project starts. So we're here today to urge the board to accept the settlement that has been worked on so diligently by Mr. Salmon, by prior counsel, by your engineers, in conjunction with our professionals who worked arm in arm to make this work and avoid a trial. The last thing we want is a trial. But that's the only other pathway if the settlement is rejected. We also urge the board to understand that by providing this service to the community, it will enhance Edison. It will allow people to move here with elderly or disabled parents, friends, family members, and be close to them so that they can live in a facility that is run by an extremely well-respected company that has these facilities throughout the East Coast and give access to wonderful care for disabled and elderly people. Thank you very much. And I'm willing to answer any questions Mr. Chairman of the board may have of me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nagel. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Nagel? Thank you very much, Mr. Nagel.
And if I could just add really quickly,
Absolutely.
to Mr. Nagel's comments. He's not a witness.
He's not a witness. Can you speak into the microphone?
Really need better mics.
Microphone check, 1 2 1 2.
Is counsel for the borough here to explain the borough's side of this case? Now,
Well, it's a township.
The township, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're
I
2 for 2.
understand
First
counsel
planning
for,
board, now this.
I understand counsel for, I assume it was an ADA action that was brought or something along those lines. But is counsel for the borough here to explain what the township's position was with regard to this lawsuit? And was it a summary judgment motion ruling, or what? It was? Okay.
Okay, so
I
wait,
respectfully, I have a question. Ask.
When a judge bangs a gavel in a courtroom, do you stop talking or do you continue talking?
I have
Then
questions.
show me the same respect, because counsel asked a question and I'd like to get his question answered.
I shall.
Mr. Ketterer, if you could just put your appearance on the record as representing the township's insurance company.
Yes, this is Scott Ketterer on behalf of the Township of Edison from Meth, Fess, and Werble. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Mr. Leahy, Mr. Leahy, hang on. You're gonna need a microphone. You gotta borrow that back from.
I need the microphone. What was the nature of the claims brought by the applicants back in whenever it was, 2020?
As Mr. Nagel explained, it was a civil rights action based on disparate impact due to there not being an ordinance that would allow for such facilities in this.
In a residential zone. In a residential zone. And there was no other zone in which such a facility could be constructed?
Well, no, the ordinance is what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
I do have a question or two of the witness who just testified.
He didn't testify. It was a statement by an attorney.
He
Wait a
wasn't.
second, could I finish, please?
He's not a witness. He's not a witness. He's an attorney.
He's not going to answer my question. So just let the record reflect that he presented a series of issues to the board. I'm not being allowed to question him. And what I want to ask counsel is if, in fact, this board were to approve this application, which of course it has the jurisdiction to do, is it your position that my client would be denied the application to appeal this to the Superior Court of New Jersey?
I don't think we can take.
I'm sorry?
So that's a legal question as to whether your client has the right to challenge it. I don't think we're in a position to give an opinion on that. That's a decision for a judge to make, not for us.
So you're basically saying, why are we here then? My client, I mean, isn't this sort of just like a show? Why are we having a hearing? Why am I being paid to represent them when you're saying to me they have no say in this matter? Couldn't participate in settlement negotiations, and now they really have no right to participate in a decision. What's going to happen if I file a prerogative writ suit? You're telling me that the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey would have no jurisdiction to hear the case?
At no point did I say that. And in fact, I specifically said I cannot say that.
I'm sorry?
At no point did I say that. In fact, I specifically said that we cannot tell you the answer to that because that is a decision for a judge to make, not for us. So I can't give you my legal opinion. You're not my client. My clients are up here. So if you're asking me my legal advice, I would tell you to find a lawyer.
Well, my question of you would be then, as counsel, based upon what you're saying, that this board is duty-bound for some reason to approve this application.
No, in the settlement agreement itself, as in every Whispering Woods, the board is obligated to consider it. The board is not obligated to approve it. They can approve or disapprove. It's in their discretion to do that. So, were there more questions for Mr. Ketter?
Ms. Ketter, you're good. Thank you very much. Do you have anything else to add?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Flannery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quickly, just 2-3 points. One, I just want to say again that notice was proper. It was provided pursuant to the MLUL. There was no conspiracy on the part of the applicant to arrange this over the July 4th holiday. This was a special hearing that was arranged at a time when the board could meet and around certain court deadlines. Second, I want to, for the record, incorporate all of the exhibits in the hearing transcripts as well as the resolution under the original application. That would be exhibits A1 through A45 for the applicant, exhibits O1 through O3 for the objectors, and exhibits R1 and R2 for the residents, as well as the 7 hearing transcripts, December 18th, 2018, February 26th, 2019, June 18th, 2019, September 17th, 2019, October 29th, 2019, and December 17th, 2019, as well as, of course, the board's resolution adopted on May 12th, 2020. And then finally, just want to reiterate that this is an amendment to the original application, which had been filed back in 2017, 2018. The applicant's relying on the testimony that was provided as part of that original application, as well as the testimony here tonight. And tonight's testimony consists of amendments to the materials that were presented under the original application, and they essentially rectify issues that the board had in denying the application originally, specifically with respect to building height on the eastern portion of the property, as well as locations of the the trash and recycling and the generator. And the memory care use is a type of assisted living facility per the licensure, and it's not a totally separate use. It's just not a general assisted living facility use. It's a specific type of assisted living facility use, but essentially the same use. Finally, with respect to special planning testimony in particular, we rely on the planning testimony of the applicant's planner. With the original application, the proofs were given for the same types of variances. What we're providing now is something that's less intense, and so we would rely on that planning testimony. And then finally, I just want to make it clear that most Whispering Woods hearings, such as what the board is hearing tonight, are based on prior denials of a planning or zoning board application. There's nothing novel about the board hearing the application tonight that was based on a prior denial. Thank you. I ask that the board grant this application.
Thank you very much. Mr. Simon, do you have anything to add before?
I do not.
Okay, all right, so we'll go to the board for any motion or discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Vice Chairman.
I have a question. So we have to make a decision this evening, right? Either approve this or deny this, and if we deny it, what happens? That's really going to our attorney.
If the board denies, the litigation continues, and it will eventually, as was indicated before, will go to a trial.
I believe Vice Chairman also had a question that this had to be decided this evening.
Yeah, under the terms of the proposed settlement agreements to be decided this evening, those are terms that have been negotiated between the parties. It's not been signed yet, so it's not necessarily binding on you. But that was the intention here, was to have this resolved this evening.
Okay, so if we deny it, then we'll go to trial. Would there be another meeting on this?
There would only be another meeting before this board if the attorneys are able to work out a new arrangement, a new deal. Otherwise, no, it would not come back to the board.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion to deny this application, and that's based on the positive and negative criteria not being met. There were some concerns brought up about the planning, and the professional backed it up. So, and also there were some concerns from the residents in reference to some noise and some traffic and trees.
Second, I would also add a few items, Mr. Chair.
Please.
The variance standards are not satisfied. The proposed application undermines the township's residential zoning. It is not consistent with the master plan and conflicts with the noise and lighting standards for RA residential zone. There's not, as mentioned, there's not sufficient testimony from the planner. I'd like to mention that the drawings that were shown to the board are not signed or sealed. Does not match the characteristics of the neighborhood. And the variance sought for this non-conforming lot has a direct negative impact to the quality of life for the residents.
Motion made by Vice Chairman O'Gorman, seconded by Mr. Chhabra. Roll call, please.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Chhabra?
Yes to the motion.
Mr. Cerrito?
Yes on the motion.
Mr. Johnny?
Yes on the motion.
Mr. Patel?
Yes on the motion.
Vice Chair O'Gorman?
Yes to the motion.
And Chairman Kumba.
Yes on the motion. This Whispering Woods agreement is denied. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're still in session. Madam Secretary, any additional business come before the board?
That'll be all for this evening.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Motion made by Mr. Patel, seconded by Mr. Johnny. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Board stands adjourned.